Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on board. It's a bit of an odd one today. We are live from Gostomel Airport in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Somebody's already spawned on top of me. Fantastic. And we are with the Antonov AN-225 today as well. The massive aircraft. I don't know who that is. That huge aircraft within the sim. Bear with me. Let me see if I can... Oh, they've zipped across anyway. Happy days. ADB 383. So annoyingly, we can't find the aircraft config code to generate model matching for the Antonov. If someone knows in the chat how to find that out today, then maybe we can have 2 or 3 Antonovs flying live today. We're on the VATSIM network from the home of Antonov, Gostomel in Ukraine, near to Kyiv. We're off to Doncaster Sheffield today with a big heavy load and a massive runway at Doncaster as well. So we're going to be having a little look at how this aeroplane flies. We are on the VATSIM network, so it's a huge gamble actually. But those of you who are our channel members in the club lounge yesterday, you were voting for the network we were going to be using, and this was the rather decisive winner. Is that the Antonov 2080? Hope you guys are all good. It sounds crazy, but I've been up for 24 hours now. I finished a night shift this morning and haven't been to sleep. So who knows what to expect today. I think we can probably guarantee some mistakes and a fair little bit of carnage as well, maybe as well. Hergy, welcome. Zato, Joey, Birdman, welcome guys. I hope you're well. Thanks for joining us slightly earlier than predicted as well. What we originally scheduled at 1400 UTC. We brought the stream forward because I haven't slept basically, so I don't know how tired I'll be in 4 hours, let alone 6 to 8, hence the earlier start time. James, welcome to you, and Carlito as well. Everyone else in the live chat, hope you guys are good. Who's got the Antonov as well? You can purchase it now in the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace. It's been created by the folks at iniBuilds, and from what I understand, the proceeds are all going to Antonov Airlines post invasion of the Ukraine. Maybe try and recreate that second fuselage and get it all finally finished. But what a massive aircraft this is. At the moment we're on stand 55. Doc, hello buddy. Yeah, we've got the lean on, so we've got the nose wheel folded away. The aeroplane's leaning on its nose, so to speak, with the ramp down for loading. It's about 3 hours 50 block time today, but I have no idea how long this is going to take to actually start up. We're going to sort of experiment, and we're going to explore what this add-on has to offer. No GSX profile that can really be used for this today either, sadly to say, but it looks fantastic, doesn't it? MG King, welcome. Look at the size of it. My goodness. Andy, welcome. Got it. This will be interesting. This thing should not fly. Zato says there's an English cockpit as well, but they're not really. At least from what I found, everything still seems to be in Russian or Cyrillic. Here's the cockpit of the aircraft. Requires 6 people to fly. In the sim, however, there's only 1 of us. Throughout the stream today, it's very different to what we usually do, of course. So if you are enjoying it, please do hit like and subscribe. If you're new to the channel, welcome. It's great to have you on board with us as well. Hit that subscribe button down below. Bart Badger as well, welcome to you. Zato and MG King. It's got a little EFB. Fairly sort of basic, but you can see here the weights. I've whacked the weights up to sort of mid of what the aeroplane can handle. So the current weight is 584,396 kilograms with 156,500 kilograms of fuel, and of that we're going to burn en route 52,000 kilograms with a block of 80,000 kilograms of fuel, which is just insane for a fuel burn. Adam, hello to you. We don't have any scenery at Gostomel. There's no scenery in the sim for it, so we're literally on default airport. We've got Dominic Design Team's Doncaster Sheffield as well, home of the Vulcan. This is quite an important tab in here. Yoep, awesome, been with us for 18 months. Thank you for your ongoing support. Rab, mind-boggling indeed. So you can see here, this tab gives you conversions of weight, distance, speed, pressure. And that is because if we look at the displays here initially, this is the English setting, by the way, for the cockpit. And you can still see it's all in Russian, so that hasn't actually helped us at all. But everything's in meters or kilometers per hour for speed, which is going to make it quite tough, because in addition to trying to sort of tackle and fly the aeroplane on a network like VATSIM, if we're given an altitude in feet, we then have to quickly convert it. I've done 2 notes though on my piece of paper so far for altitudes. Flight level 340, which is our cruise, that is equivalent to 10,363 meters, and then flight level 100, 3,050 meters. 250 knots, thanks to Yoep. 463 kilometers an hour as well for acceleration. EKG Blueface, we are on VATSIM, yeah. We're risking it big time. So we're going to whack that up to 250, and initially you can see here we've got the bottom echelon set to 3,100 meters, which will give us just over 10,000 feet. There's an interactive checklist. Mikhail, hello buddy. There's an interactive checklist included as well, so we're going to make good use of this, at least through takeoff, climb, cruise, and we'll review the rest of it whilst flying to kind of get ahead of ourselves and tackle this beast, get it back down on the ground safely somehow. But I've no idea what to expect really from this today. My goodness. It's about 16 pounds solar eclipse, the MSFS marketplace. So these are the cockpit languages, English or Cyrillic. What you'll find is it basically changes this panel here, from what I can tell. So all of this down here, none of that changes. If we flick it across to Cyrillic, everything on this panel has now changed. Everything else has stayed the same. And for those of you who use pounds, you can flick that to pounds and back as well. Autopilot altitude window, got it set to 100s at the moment, but a little bit later on when we might want to tweak and finesse the altitude a little bit more carefully, we can flick that over to 1s instead of 100s. And that nose door movement speed we've got set to realistic as well, which takes a little while. Lots of different cargo options, quite interesting. There's the large industrial boiler. The one thing I kind of wish it had here was the weight of it and how that would dynamically change the weight of the aeroplane in total, because they all have different weights. So the boiler, it's got over 50,000 kilograms of weight. The helicopters, there's 3 of those. They're slightly lighter. The maglev train is 5,000 kilograms. 2 fire trucks. A large HGV truck, and then the generic cargo. And we're using this one today because it means that we can fiddle around with the cargo load at the bottom section of this payload page here instead. So we can grab the slider and wheel it up and down to make the aeroplane as heavy as we want. So you can see up here the current weight that we've gone for, 584.4 tons, which is pretty heavy. And then we've applied the load. On the right hand side of the ground page though, we've got GPU, chocks. All of these are enabled at the moment because, well, we need a little bit of power to the aeroplane. Oh, Mikhail, that's not good. Andy, welcome. I hope you know what you're doing. This will be my tutorial. Peter says it's pronounced Cyrillic. Interesting. Avsim, good afternoon. Unfortunately, Gostomel has been destroyed, so there's no meta. we're working on a QNH of 1028 from what we can gather from other weather data that Badger's kind of researched, and then later into the arrival for Doncaster Sheffield we'll have a look using FLEVO Pro Parallel 4.2 to grab the METAR there instead. And that is kind of it. It's not a comprehensive EFB, it's just enough to get you kind of busy with a few things. Now, before we bring any power to the aeroplane, what I could probably do is, well, you know what, this takes ages, so ground, main door. So that's closing. We can go for a little walkie. And you get to, as far as the curtain, and that's as far as you can go. So there's a little bit of seating up here for some passengers, no windows, which I would imagine is brutally horrendous in flight. But these guys operate ridiculously long routes as well sometimes, so I would imagine there would be an entire relief crew there. That's the only window at the side. Hello to whoever that is in the Antonov as well. Good luck to you. And we want to go down here, down the hatch. Should see, there we are, the ramp closing away. Clipper Sim Pilot, welcome. With that, the mouth should begin to shut as well. And then we've got the massive cargo load going all the way through the fuselage of the aeroplane. Aryan, hello to you. Thank you. You know what? I wrote Gostomel originally in the description for today, and then thought I'd got it wrong, so changed it. Watch that animation from the outside, shall we? Fast mode is a bit quicker, so if you want to kind of throw yourself into the aeroplane and get it all fired up and working, you can use the faster mode to get this whole animation sped up to more than half the time. Less than half the time, rather. Rab says I've purchased it this morning, but it'll be a little while before I attempt a flight in it. Yeah, we are pushing ourselves to the extreme today. I have no idea what to expect. Got a few flying along now. I can see fellow Osprey pilots lined up in the background. That looks epic. Look at that. The size of it is just ridiculous, isn't it? Wesley, hello, welcome. Yoep says he's honestly very pleasantly surprised at the fidelity of the Antonov. Those of you wondering about route planning, what we've done is we've taken our Simbury flight plan for today, and we've then added it into the Sim World menu as a .flight plan file, and that's then loaded into the GNS 530, I think it is, that's in the aeroplane. We'll look at that in a little while as well, and that is our GPS basically that's loaded in. One thing I wanted to have a little look at, oops, that's the grass. Once that nose is closed, I want to watch the lean down here, so it kind of come off itself. It's so big, isn't it? Lazaros, good morning to you. Adam says, how did you get the model matching for the A310? Well, that's our channel's livery for the Osprey Airways A310. Because of that, I've taken the code out of the aircraft config file and added it into our custom Osprey model matching files for the virtual airline. Willie, hello to you, saying the checklist is very useful for starting this bad boy. That's the this checklist here. There's a lot of steps. Fuel and hydraulic setup is 74 steps, but having a little brief look at it earlier on, a lot of it's kind of already done by the looks of it for us. So you could just tick your way through some of these items. And then there's two options for engine start: auto engine start or manual engine start as well. So depending on what you want to do, you can go through engine auto start, much less steps, and it will basically tackle it for you, or the manual engine start requires a lot more involvement with the aeroplane systems. Sorry, can't wait to do some short island hops in this. Yeah, the routes will be shorter than the time it takes to just close the nose. It'll be interesting to see what we get mod-wise for this as well. I don't know if it can be modded or not. I suppose it will rely on iniBuilds, maybe releasing some of the files. Model matching for one of them. Unfortunately, we can't model match it because I can't find the aircraft config file. So I was going to manually add it in today, but unfortunately it doesn't allow us to do it. Right, let's dive in to here. That's closed now. So just need the nose to come down. I mean, look how long this takes. It's insane, isn't it? G'day Turbo Stig, welcome. Oh look, the lean is coming off. The aeroplane's creeping itself back up. It's quite weird, isn't it, watching it raise itself. We reckoned, estimation for today, it's going to take around an hour just to get it set up and ready. I think it takes about 10 minutes just to start the engines, but we'll find out shortly. From what we've seen so far, at least externally, iniBuilds have done a really nice job. System depth-wise, not really sure what to expect. The GNS 530 is pretty good, but there's a manual that is included with the aeroplane that we're going to rely on a lot today. Different modes for things, so lateral autopilot modes for course 1 would control heading bug. There's pitch hold modes or glide slope modes, BOR course set modes. There's a lot of things to tweak and learn. There's buttons that turn the aeroplane 90 degrees when pressed as well, so we've got to be careful. If we click that in the wrong sort of scenario, then that could be problematic as well. Peter, good afternoon. Serbian Gamer, well, welcome to you. Hope you're good. Music, yes, it's only in the MSFS marketplace. It's actually the only thing I've purchased in the marketplace. Usually I really dislike the marketplace stuff. It's pretty lawless in there at times, and the quality of some of the things in the marketplace is fairly atrocious. So I tend to avoid it like the plane, but it's the only place you can buy the aeroplane, sadly. Ian, hello. No, yeah, unfortunately, it's a good point there, actually. Pushback system-wise, there isn't a custom pushback. Jordy says, aren't the wheels supposed to go the other way if it's pushing itself up? You know what? I don't know. Ramp was saying I was struggling with camera views earlier. Now, one thing that I think you might have had the problem with is the fact that if it's in lean, you've got to basically set the custom views when it's fully raised. The problem is with the lean, it actually leaves the camera views where you originally set them. So when the airplane drops with the lean that we kind of that we had earlier on with the ramp down, it means that the views are all skewed and all a bit messed up, so it's a little bit of a mess. I'm trying to find at the moment in the manual the takeoff speeds and things like that as well, but I don't think it kind of goes into all of that information for us. Rotate at bugged speed. But it doesn't tell you what speed to bug. Takeoff, approach and landing. Max speed 215 knots, 398 kilometers per hour. Dan says it is set. There is a blue market. Is that the big boy, Chewy? Hello to you. Welcome. Got flight sim celebs in the house. We've still got another few minutes until the lean is solved. Okay, so let's go back into the flight deck and have a little look about, well, look at sort of powering all of these systems, all these displays and dials and things like that. Now, the easiest thing to do would be to, as somebody else said in the chat earlier on, Wojtek, hello to you, welcome, is use the interactive checklist that's included in the product. So starting with the electrical power, the power up sequence then, 35 steps. We can press the I. This is going to help us learn the aeroplane as well, thankfully. Make sure the park brake's set. It is, it's pulled out, that's good. So we can tick the item. Battery switches, these 4. They need to be on auto. External power generator switch down here. As required. We've got external power connected because we had that little toggle in the EFB for the GPU selected, so we can actually turn that on in this instance. Hey Chewy, thank you very much. Welcome on board. Joining us as a silver frequent flyer. AP fuel heater switch off. So it gives you the display in Russian, and my solution to that today would be to use something like Google Lens on my phone to search with the camera to see what it basically means. Circle of BCY apparently. Thanks Google, that's not helpful at all. My kind of suggestion would be, there you go, Lone Wolf saying off is no light. Fire loop on. That's enclosed at the moment, so we'll pop it open. There we go, we've got the open light now. Lazarus says you can change the interaction from legacy to lock. It's all translated in the tooltips. That's quite interesting. And that's in the in-sim menu, is it? So we could actually turn that on for today. Control options. No, it's not. It's in assistance options, isn't it? General options, accessibility. There we are. Thank you, guys. Yes. Menu tooltips. This one. Or instrument name tooltips. Let's apply that one and see. We can always revert. Oh, lovely. My goodness. It's like starting all over again. What we got? Let's go back to the checklist. AP fire loop. So we've done that one, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. So we select it just to double check. And then AP bleed air, which is up here. On. Now, don't laugh. My post-night shift brain, having had no sleep for 24 hours, means I've read that as an easy way to remember it. If it looks like it almost says potato backwards, then it's on. But don't laugh. Bleed air on. Master switch for the APU can go on as well. That's down here. So flick the switch, up it goes. APU start switch is in here. And we're going to wait for the APU to start. And that's a dial that is here. There we go. Wait for the APU to run up to 100%. Wojtek says you can also try the evaluation function of the checklist, reads out stuff and confirms as if you had more people on board. It's quite immersive. Ooh. I don't even know how to select that as an option, to be honest. Mindful says, I don't know how you do it after a night shift. Kudos to you. Thank you very much. You know, more often than not, I would tend to get, you know, about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. But yeah, alas, I got home, finished quite late, decided to just throw myself straight into staying up, walking the dog, and getting prepped for the stream. I can't see an option there for it. Okay, so APU's at 100% for APU 1, so tick, tick. APU fuel heater switch for APU 2, off. APU fire loop, on. Tick, tick. APU bleed air is this one. On, master switch, on. Maybe let's just get rid of those. That can go on. APU start switch. On. Demo, hello to you, welcome. Saying Osprey Cargo Antonov 225 then. Something like that. We are, I think Tapsy's working on one, but I'm not sure how it's going to work. I mean, one big question is this the sort of aeroplane that you would want to fly on VATSIM? More often, you know, correct brain says no, realistically, unless you're really good at it and you've learned all the quirks and things. Now, I'm not great at this, and certainly this is going to be my first proper exposure to flying it and the longest flight I've done in it. But I've done a little bit of prep, enough for me to try and be comfortable with it a little bit on VATSIM. So the sort of methodology behind what I'm going to be doing today to try and learn the aeroplane would be to fly, kind of fly it similar to that of the DC-6, the PMDG DC-6, with that old retro style of manner in which it flies, but with a lot more sort of quirkiness to it as well, and obviously the sheer difference in size too. So checklist back to that. APU generator left and right switches can go on. Now they're down here somewhere. Let's click. There we go. Happy days. They're already on, look. So there we go. There's the power output there. So both left and right, which is this one here, they're both on already. External power switch as required. That can now come off. That's this one. Rectifier toggle switches, they're up here, 4 of those. So we can turn all of these 4 on, and then I've actually got a hurricane flying over my house right now. Ah, there we go. These 4 transformers. Yes. So they're on as well. We tick that off. Instrument nav master switches. They need to go on. They're over here. There's many. Chewy, have a good one. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming along as well. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. And thank you very much as well for joining as a channel member. It's really kind of you. All the master switches go toggled on. kind of trying to play catch up a little bit in relation to where we are in this interactive checklist, and this makes a huge difference to trying to sort of master the jet. So that's where we are here, and now the rest of it: Captain HSI bus switch, radio altimeter bus switch, AHI bus switch, ASI switch, VSI TCAS and TCAS bus switch. They are all here. All of those, like so. And then beyond that, we have to head over to the first officer's side and pop all of them on as well. First officer fan. We can pop our captain's fan on as well. Got to be comfortable. Tick. Tick, 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 tick. Nav lights, they're up here. On, and that is the electrical power-up checklist complete. So, nav lights, there we go. Happy days. Wojtek, thank you for that tip. That's fantastic. Having that, the tooltips actually selected here. That's going to help massively today. The GNS 530 is powered up. So we can hit enter. Enter again. It's going to acquire some GPS. Fuel and hydraulic setup then. So, fuel valve switches need to go to rich. They're all of these ones down here. If they're down, the fuel valves, if they're down, then it's already rich. Basically. Hydraulic pump switches, all of these, they're already off. And then the engine fuel pumps. Now, there's a whole combination here. If I just show you guys the cross screen with the checklists on the left and then the actual buttons on the right hand side, this entire panel is the fuel system page. But if you look, off is lights off, on is green lights on. We can tick these off as it goes, basically. So that's already off. Fuel pump 1 to 2 button, that's already on. 1.3 is already on. 1.4 is off. 1.5 is on. 1.6 is on. And you get the idea. So you can literally tick off all of this. Same for engine 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Payload setup. We've done that already. We can tick through all of those. Nav, autopilot and computer. So GNS 530 unit. Welcome, doorman. So we've got our route set up. We've imported the flight plan from SimBrief. Initially we're flying outbound 4,930 feet. Basically runway heading. When we look at the rest of this though, and it's got Captain First Officer Navigate setup as required and autopilot setup as required. Effectively what we want to do here, if we look at Navigraph, we want to make sure that we've planned for this, the KAFEL 1 Whiskey departure. So outbound 328 degrees, climbing runway heading, up to 4,930 feet, then a left turn 172 to intercept this outbound radial of BO 129.0 out to KAFEL at or above basically 10,000 feet, which equates to 3,050 meters, pretty much. There's an NDB there of 590 for Gostomel or Gostomel. And it's already warning there in the messages to set course 328. So, how do we do that? We've got a heading bug down here. And we've got the heading, not the bank nub, but this whole red thing here, this red collar if you like, is the heading select switch. So by moving it, there's a little bug there. Hopefully you can just about see it. Moritz, so you go to SimBrief, you generate your flight plan, and you then export it as an MSFS 2020.plan file. What does it want? It wants 328, so we are now at 310. 320, 328, one more click left I think there, just to be on the safe side. Press message to continue. We can expand the range a little bit more as well. There we are. So we'll have to do a direct to KAFEL after takeoff basically. On this overhead panel, the manual is really helpful now with this because it tells us, if I can find the right page, there's so much to this, it's insane. Where has it gone? Orange. So this is the autopilot mode selection panel in the center. So ER is the autopilot master, AT is the auto throttle, oh, there we go, AP reset button, wings level, pitch holes, course button, autopilot speed button, though it says basically don't use that, autopilot Mac button, and then autopilot altitude button. Autopilot altitude selects, but you can also sort of use this wheel as well. And then these are these weird things, so AP circle left, AP circle right, turn 90 degrees instead, so you can arm that too. And we can flick this across to indicated airspeed. We go day or night for different lighting requirements. And then over here, we can tune, where is it? There we go. We can tune the ADF that we were just talking about. So 590 was this bug here, 590 like so. Have one course knob. Three, 2, 8. So go DME VOR or nav 1 toggle. We're not going to tune any VORs right now. We're not flying towards Kyiv's border spill, so that's not too much of a worry. God, this takes quite a while, doesn't it? So GNS 530 as required, Captain, First Officer, Nav Aid setup as required, autopilot setup. And then now we're on to engine start. So before we continue really, we want to make sure we've got Unicon tuned in. We've got 124850 currently tuned, we want 1228. I'm going to stick that onto TA now because I will forget. Well, that's the TCAS. VOR1, VOR2 on the overhead panel. Slightly easier for us to reach that here as well, actually, so that's quite handy. And then we can pop the beacon lights on. Gostomel traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super radio check. Hopefully everyone else could hear me because I couldn't hear that very much, yeah, that well there, whoever that was. Right, let's prep, shall we? So we've got the auto start.
Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super, I can read you 5 by 5.
Ah, perfect, there we go. Likewise, thank you. Gostomel traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot, Super on stand 55 is engine start. So beacon light switch on, engine start cover open, start mode ready switches to rich, mixture ratio switches on, hydraulic switches on. So that's all down here. So there's the engine start cover. All of these are already on rich. Remember when I said about the word that says potato? When it's the other way around, it actually looks like potato, then it means rich. So that helps. At least kind of recognise immediately what the situation is with those. They're already in place in the right. Can we get rid of this active pause thing? No. In a very annoying place. Mixture ratio switches, they are already on as well, as you can see. So we turn that off. We want to just make sure they're guard closed effectively. Hydraulic transfer switches up the top. You can turn them on. You get the little green indications. Engine status, it says check. Now, that to me would be all of these dials here, but there is no kind of gauge for you. You know, when you press the I, it doesn't flack across to show you where the next things are. The next item is on the checklist. So usually I have a little look through these. I think that's probably the most reasonable bit to do. And then from there, the hydraulic transfer switches go back off. VEGUS switches on. There they are, hidden behind the checklist. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is yeah, in the EFB you can click ready to fly and it will, goodness, and it will basically kick it into engine start. But this is an easy way to do it as well. Auto start button down the bottom. Press, we get the ready boost sign and then the start button. This is the end of the checklist now, so let's go. Press launch in progress, release 1 AS open, and then engines up here. We're going to start to see each engine start in sequence, so 1, 6, and so on and so forth effectively. So not much will happen here sound wise for this little bit. You kind of hear a little grumble in the background. And on the outside, good old fire service already. We've got engine 1 started there. Next one's going to be engine 6. Over here. Look at the size of it. My God. We're basically going to wait for all 6 engines to start. At which point we can then turn the hydraulic systems on, turn the APUs off, and all that sort of stuff. So there's engine 6 now starting to spin. And this is the auto start function, which means you can kind of set it, let it run, you just wait. But it does take a little while, 5 minutes maybe. Shuts, hello to you. Can you not see out of the windscreen in this aeroplane? Yeah, pretty much no. If you're flying along on the VATSIM network today, we've still got to try and do it properly. Chetan says this plane always reminds me of the movie 2012. A little bit of engine smoke coming out the back of engine 1 there. Look how tiny the BA-146 is. I reckon if you took the wings off that, that could actually go into the cargo hold of the Antonov 225. So dinky. In comparison to this, anyway. William, I think it depends on the aircraft. Oh, goodness me. If we can find out in the flight how we can sort out model matching. So if someone can find the aircraft config code line for the liveries for this aeroplane during the flight today, I will manually tweak a model matching VMR so we can see other Antonov 225s. So if someone knows how to do that, do let us know. A few more engines left to go. We've got 1, 2, 3 more engines left. In the meantime though, we can head back over here. So much to do. And we can close the cabin doors. We can get rid of the chocks. The GPU can go as well, actually, to be fair. And while engine's starting... Now that's interesting. How did that get out there? My custom views seem to have moved. Yeah, there we go. So, actually, hold on. They're doing some weird stuff. There we go. That's 5. Right. So that's now closing. Sealing off the bottom. This is as close as we can get to the window. That's going to be view 5. We've got view 6. View 7 in the cargo hold. View 8. Again, another cargo view, just to get the sheer scale of this aeroplane. And number 9. Okay, let's see if these engines have actually finally started. Oh, 1 more left. Oh no, 2... 3 more left. So 1's still just firing up, and then we've got 2 more in the centre to fire up as well. You can toggle the cockpit fans, yes. Mr. Moss, good point. I think I might. I think I might have done that actually. Yes, you might be right there. Perhaps there's somebody's just trampled my citation. The tiny little jet next to the beast. Visibility. I kind of want to get rid of these tooltips, to be honest. That looks like all the engines are now on. All 6 are good and stable. So we can go back to the checklists again. So done that, done that. Hydraulic switches are here. They all need to go on now. We can hide the little eye. Oh, in fact, they are on. That's these. Yes. Engine start cover close down the bottom, so we can get rid of that. Engine generator switches can go on, so all 4 generators. 2, watching all these green indications here as it links the connections. Tick that one off, and that is auto engine start complete. We can skip through manual engine start now after start checks. So APU left stop button, which is the big red button there, press, and the same with the right one, and then we turn the fire loops off. So we can probably close those guards actually. We can stop those. Fire loops off, bleeders off. APU master switch, we can just close the guards. for left and right, and it will turn them off basically automatically. Flap lever down here, 1 notch to 2 degrees. Ground spoilers arm. They're actually already in the arm position, I believe. Actually, that might be arm there. I'm going to say they're already armed. Reverse thrust lever lock handle is this one. So that's now up. Flight controls, full and free. So all the way right, you can see the indications here as well in the centre. As we sort of have a look at aileron now, see the deflections on the display. Elevator. And rudder. Trims. Aileron and rudder trim, they're down here. We've got to check those. I'm just going to tweak the trim for pitch. Very sensitive from what I've heard on trim actually for pitch. They're neutral. Aileron and rudder trim though. Nose wheel steering switches are these two here. That's off. That's on. So if the guard's closed, the nose wheel steering switches are already on. Taxi lights, logo lights can go on as well. That's up in the overhead panel. So where have we got? Beacon, logo lights. Taxi lights. Rab says, have I set up the Garmin yet? Yes. So CDI is on GPS. You can see our flight plan as well. We are pretty much ready to go. Big boy indeed. It's huge, isn't it? Obviously all the ground crew here, they're all in the way, but there was no way for us to toggle that. And thinking about toggling the fans, you can move them. You've got the fan switch up here, so we can turn it onto a faster mode. Same with, where has it gone? That one there, like so. So, right, we're going to have to kind of either reverse thrust. Like, look at the size of the BA-146 in That's ridiculous. My goodness. Against this. Right, here we go. Let's go for it anyway. Let's change that to there. Okay, big old view. That's a custom view just to be a little bit closer. Park brake goes off. And beginning to taxi on idle. We could get a little bit of nose forward on idle, but actually what we want to do is begin to kind of power the jet up a little bit. We're almost 600,000 kilograms. So we are pretty heavy in this today. Oh, there we go. It's just MSFS locking the wheels. iniBuilds, Shift P. Hello. The size of it, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Gostomel traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super is taxiing from stand 55 to the whole point, runway 01.
Gostomel traffic.
Or 33 rather.
Antonov Super for runway 36.
He's got. Okay, so this is a big old bit of taxiing work going on here.
And Gostomel traffic, area crane 8306. Aircraft is on triple of 14154.
Just because, William, the kind of complexity of the stand here and the fact that we have default scenery only for Gostomel, for Gostomel Airport, Antonov Airport. I'm just using kind of a bit of a blend actually, mainly nose wheel steering, but a little bit of toe brakes for left brakes, and then power as well. Ilias, this is my first flight indeed. Yep says increase the volume of the sim. Okay, I've added it up a little bit. So there are more checks to do. Line up an engine run. Here we go. So, line up runway centre line as required. Strobe lights on, park brakes set. Engine warm up. We'll get that page ready to go, and we're following the yellow line. I'm trying to steer the aeroplane so the main wheels are on the centre line, if that makes sense, of the yellow line. Jesus, look at that. Okay, right. Let's get to the whole point. So we're going to use software tooltips for the purpose today. Please do remember, remind me at the end of the flight to turn them off, because otherwise tomorrow for our Air New Zealand flight in the Phoenix A320 I will end up having them on still. It'll be very confusing for me. Right, so we're going to ignore the runway centre line bit. We're going to just do it from the whole point here. Strobe lights need to go on. That is those ones. Parking brake. Set. Engine warm up. So engines are idle at the moment, and now we're going to go set throttle levers to 70% N1. And there's the display here. So that's as good as we're going to get, I think. Oh, bloody the active pause is right in the way, isn't it? Maybe if I move it to here. Okay, we'll call that warm-up complete. So throttle levers go back to idle. Captain DME bus switch is on. Captain window heat switch is already on. We've done all of those. Fuselage and wing lights on. Takeoff page. Flap levers 35 degrees, which is basically full flap. And then toga, rotate 10 meters, there's a whole lot of work to do. 50 meters, there's some more work to do, but I'll probably get those steps entirely wrong. Gostomel traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super is lining up runway 33. And taking off KAFEL 1 Whiskey departure. Gostomel traffic.
Gostomel traffic, air Ukraine.
iniBuilds, actually, you're in the live chat. Here's a question for you. So, from MSFS model matching for VATSIM and things like that, how do we find the aircraft.config file? Usually, we'd find the little line for it for the livery associated with each livery, and then I'd put that into a VMR file for it today. Nighthawk, you can't disable active pause by the looks of it. Not in there as an option. Right. Line up. Before we roll, I'm going to make sure I've got the heading bug set to runway heading. And obviously I'm going to take a screenshot as well. James says, don't know what I've done differently, but she's climbing a lot better today compared to last night. Ah, that's a shame, iniBuilds. Look at that. My goodness. Let's fiddle with the drone camera. And we want that cockpit control visualizer up as well, so when we start to take off, initially we're going to hand fly the first little bit of the departure, and for that you guys want to see what control inputs I make naturally, so we shall get that enabled as well. So there's the screen grab, there goes the control visualizer. Make sure I've got my charts ready, and that heading bug as well is kind of almost set to runway heading. Now it is. And then up here, course 1, I want that active initially before we flick to navigation. Okay, right. So, brakes off. Set a little bit of power first, just holding the brakes. And there's that blue bug speed for rotate. Me too, Joey. I've got an extra pair of pants on just in case. Full power. Speed's alive. Sound from outside. Oh. Got to focus. Fans look like they're broken. Sahin, welcome aboard, buddy.
Gostomel traffic and air Ukraine 8206, climbing up runway 33.
This is very heavy today. Nose wheel's wanting to lift already, but we are still not yet at that rotate speed. But I'm losing authority actually of the rudder, which is weird. There we go. We've actually lifted up anyway. Just fight to get back on runway heading. Let's go gear up. And what were those checks that we needed to do next? Climb, start acceleration, monitor, flaps are all accelerating, throttle levers, autopilot, navigation as required. So let's just go back to cruise and think about our speeds. First handle can go locked, auto throttle armed, autopilot master on, AP course button, that's going to ask us to achieve the heading that we've selected. – 2,600 feet. Hold on, I need 463 kilometers an hour here. Stand by.
Gostomel traffic, Osprey 124 pushing back to face south from stand 5.
AP pitch hold. Let's just get the nose to level off a little bit, just sort of reduce that rate of climb. Let the aeroplane accelerate. There we go. That was close, wasn't it? Whoa. I think we almost stalled it. Just got her back. So almost here, 4,930 feet. Yeah, flaps. I'm slowly retracting them. We can get rid of the control visualizer now. And disarm the spoiler. You see the little maximum speed knob there. Accelerators, we're moving those flaps through the various different speeds. So Yoep's saying their final flap retraction speed at 440 knots, which is where we're at basically now. And there we go, so that's flaps all away. Okay, next. We'll keep climbing. I want 10,363 meters. 10,300. We'll go for 10,400, that's easy. And then from here, we're going to go heading mode. Start the turn. Want to reduce the angle of bank actually as well. We can use that by flicking this.
Gostomel traffic, air train 28306
Message approaching VNAV profile. Jolly good. I want to go direct to that's worrying. Why can't I zoom?
Gostomel traffic, Osprey 124 taxiing to
Samel,
runway
welcome.
33 via taxiway 1.
So I want to go west 27. .270. There we are.
You have an incoming direct message.
124675. Of course we would have ATC.
And departure to morning, Ukraine 8306 at
Kyiv
3,000
radar.
Runway 306 Kyiv radar, good morning. You're identified, climb flight level 240.
240, Air Ukraine 8306.
6,000. How many meters is that? 1,800.
Ukraine 8306, please send your flight plan to VEGUS because I...
1,800, 1,900 meters.
We'll refile at 8306.
Thank you.
Kyiv radar, good afternoon. Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super is airborne, KAFEL 1 Whiskey, 2,000 meters.
Antonov 373 Foxtrot Super, Kyiv radar, hello, identified. Climb flight level 260 and proceed direct KAFEL.
Flight level 260, direct to KAFEL for Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super. So we're going to go to converter, click it, it isolates controls, which is good. We want 26000, 7924 meters.
Air Ukraine 8306.
Or as close as possible.
Flight plan refile.
And we click out of it to sort of
Ukraine
be able to click things again.
Thank you, can see it now. So now, proceed direct KAFEL.
Direct KAFEL at Air Ukraine 8306.
I'll tell you what, I was making a right mess of that, wasn't I? Okay, jet's turning anyway. Let's set the meters, so 7924. EC. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Good shout.
Kyiv radar, good day.
So
Osprey
still
124
climbing?
Airborne, 2,500 feet, KAFEL 1, Whiskey departure.
8,300 at the moment.
Last station calling, call sign only please.
We're climbing at about 250 knots.
Osprey 124.
Osprey 124, Kyiv radar, hello, identified. Climb flight level 220.
Flight level 220, Osprey 124.
Yapple does it have an LNAV? It can't, yeah, it does. It's within the GPS here. You've got to make sure the CDI is on GPS mode, and then you use this. And the way to file or create a flight plan in here is via the InSim menu. You've got PC mode on there. That's basically your LNAV mode, and then vertical is your pitch hold. So at the moment we're climbing fairly gently, 500 foot per minute. We can change that if we want to by pulling the wheel back and just increasing that rate of climb.
306 on left, heading to 10 for separation.
Please repeat for 8306.
Ukraine 306 on left, heading to 10 for separation.
We're going to make sure we've got AP heading bug selected as well. At all times through turns, if we can, we'll make sure that our heading bug is aligned with our direction of travel. Through 10,000, so let's wheel the speed up. I mean, that's the biggest dynamic, isn't it, with this? The fact that we're having to fly and think in meters and kilometers per hour instead of knots and instead of feet. That makes it quite tough. 1013, so let's tune standard pressure. What iniBuilds have done though is given us this with hectopascals within it as well. So we've got feet and HPA and this one dial, which is our little feel like at home type display.
Ukraine 306, proceed direct waypoint.
Everything else is in meters
Oscar,
and
Kilo Romo, Oscar Tango.
yeah, you guys get the idea. It's tough. We are up and we are climbing away. Set metric altimeter to 759.
Ukraine 306, proceed direct Okrot.
Direct Okrot, Air Ukraine 8306.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, 7. Oh, this one. 759. Ah, yeah, so that is the equivalent of 1013 then, but in mm. And you know what? That's a good spot, because really I should have gone into here and gone 1013. There we go, 759.81. Thank you for that, iniBuilds. Something else I've missed.
Runway 33, KAFEL 1 whiskey departure.
Let's bring that pitch down a little bit. Don't want to be climbing this mad actually, I kind of want the speed to come up a bit. Helicopter Hugh, welcome.
Runway crazy, KAFEL 1 whiskey, Saklam 6000, squad 4602 and Harry.
Such a mighty aircraft, isn't it? Slight difference here, 1013 on the digital display.
Osprey to Papa Lima, please call your report your stand.
There's a slight discrepancy there. We'll go with the digital one. You went badly.
Osprey to Papa Lima, taxi to
In fact, badly. I think I did 2 loops. I did a 180 degree turn left and a 180 degree turn right. Jocks, we're on the VATSIM network.
Ukraine 306, unfortunately no ATC available, monitor Unicom 122.8, have a next flight.
Monitor Unicom at 22.8, thank you very much for the ATC, Air Ukraine 8306.
Antonov 373 Foxtrot, same for you, unfortunately no ATC available, monitor Unicom 122.8, have a nice flight, bye.
Monitor Unicom 1228 to Antonov 373 Foxtrot, thank you, have a good day. One, 2, 2, 8. And we'll keep the wheel going. We'll keep the climb up to 10,363 meters. So 10.3, we'll go 10.4, and then in here we can pop that to the ones. That'll allow us to spin the wheel to 363. Like so. So iniBuilds saying we recommend not using the auto throttling climb. Manually set 112 climb power and use VEL for IAS climb. So, port throttle off. One, 1, 2, like that. So we're actually now on manual throttle control. We've got the little annunciator there in red. Dan, welcome. Yeah, it says, does this thing have any flight directors to manually fly a departure? So we've selected VEL mode now with auto thrust off iniBuilds, is that correct? Captain Nav, that one. Yep, God, I have done a live stream on the MD-11 from Sky Simulations. Should we look at the one window that we can look out of? Ooh, lovely view. Aaron says, can you open the back door? Tom Cruise wants to jump out. That would be great fun. 20,000 feet, still climbing. Speed's looking good. So, looking through the iniBuilds manual, VEL is speed stabilization button, but it basically acts like a level change mode. If you have an altitude that is above your current one and you press the button, the speed window will change your current speed and the aircraft will pitch up to climb at the maximum rate at that given speed. Warning, do not use this like a normal level change mode and increase the set speed in the speed window. This will cause your Antonov 225 to pitch up or down aggressively, as this mode simply stabilizes the speed you had at the time. If you wish to increase or decrease your speed, you have to swap to pitch hold, which is that one, vertical. Set it up down a few degrees to allow the aeroplane to speed up or slow down. Once you're at the desired speed again, you press VEL once again to stabilize the speed at the new given set speed. And then max, later on as we go through conversion, we would swap from VEL to max from what I understand reading this, and it will then aim for the Mach number, not the indicated airspeed. So above Mach 70, we're at Mach 765 at the moment. It says in the manual that when you're above Mach decimal 70, they normally then swap to climbing on Mach instead of indicated. What cropped is our next waypoint. Dusty, thank you very much. Have a good day at work. As Racer says, where do we find the manual for the 225? On the iniBuilds forum, you can find it there, and also in the packages of the aeroplane, you dig through, there's a documentation folder, you click that and there's a manual there too. The auto engine start that we did at the beginning when we got the engines fired up, that's probably what I would recommend beginning with, but certainly using that interactive checklist is really helpful. Actually seeing where those icons are, where those buttons are as we're learning the jet, hugely helpful. See the oh, we can just about see the wings. Very cool. Pilot Peely, good afternoon to you as well. Flying the beast from the east, you're braver than I am. Dan, perhaps so, perhaps so. Let's get that heading bug synced again, because it's there, look, 240 degrees, we don't want it there. We want to carefully, we don't want to click this AP bank knob, I don't think, but we want to make sure that is in line, like so, throughout the route. There we go. If I turn that onto Captain Nav, which I should have enabled, we can see 70 kilometers to the next waypoint, I believe, and a course of 278 to that next waypoint too. Mach 68. Ah, Melanor, thank you, buddy. Just read that. Yeah, you can turn the fans off. And you can move them around as well, so you can change the angle of them a little bit too. There's the Mega Renunciator panel. It says in the manual you don't want any warning lights on that prior to departure, but there are maybe 200 different lights. Probably an exaggeration, but what speed are we currently at? 544 kilometers per hour, which is 293 knots. There you go. But we're looking at Mach, so we're almost about to tickle Mach 70. Thank you to everybody who's hit like so far as well. It's great to see loads of you enjoying it. 90 likes already. Very, very fun indeed. Adam's flying along. Who else has got the Antonov? And also, if you have got it, what sort of routes have you been flying with it? Look at that. 6 contrails. My goodness. There you go. Have some of that, Greta. The sheer size of it is just insane. Zota's flying along an X-plane in the Tupolev. Depod has been flying Heathrow to Manchester. Wow, that is a super short route. I bet that is mega busy as well to try and fly that route. That's insane. Dan86, welcome, buddy. Aaron's waiting for the space shuttle mod. Evil's going to be flying it this weekend. E-Hawk as well. Heathrow to Glasgow. An emphasis on the word tried. iniBuilds did the circle to land at Innsbruck during testing. I think that's way beyond my ability. Look at that profile. It's just incredible, isn't it? A symbol of ambition and a symbol of hope for Ukraine. I have to turn the camera's rotate speed down again. There we go. Avkit, welcome on board, buddy. Carl's flying into Gostomel from Ben Gurion. Nice. Who knows, perhaps one day in the future we will see the second version created. And it will once again be back in the skies. The thing that I find quite remarkable about Flight Sim, certainly in this case as well, is it is protected. You know, it's got its place in history, created in the Flight Sim, which is really nice. Mainly luck, Avkit, and a shot of vodka. It's great fun in iniBuilds. It is great fun. And I love the little quirky things, the fans and everything else too. Oh, Beluga would be fantastic. How's the A300 600F coming along in iniBuilds as well? A lot of us very excited for that. Be smashing out the cargo ops. That, I assume, is Zato zooming ahead. EGCN for the METAR at Doncaster, and there isn't one. Is that because the airport is closed? Max 7.3. But now I need to work out. It's a blob on the radar, not a blip, for it says. I need to work out how to set the Mach number now. Mach 7.4. iniBuilds saying a lot of excitement internally as well, within the guys of the development team for the A300, being their debut aircraft for X-Plane. We want to make sure we meet and exceed the quality for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Very exciting. Going on to then say that they're taking the time to make it right. Any updates, when there are updates to be had, will be made available on our forum or Discord. Yeah, the A310 is great fun today. We've got a couple of those model matched in lieu of the Antonov not being able to be matched in VATSIM. Yeah, no, Saba, Jeff. Saba, not St. Bart's. That runway's too long. As Race asks, has anyone tried Princess Juliana in the Antonov 225 yet? Luke, hello to you. Watching the stream from post-op recovery. Had node surgery today. Oh, hope everything's okay. The 225 is looking great. How does it fly? So we are, I don't know if you can see that. Maybe I'll come in a little bit further. There's our current weights. So currently 570,000 kilograms, basically, or 569 tons, which is just insanely heavy. Fuel weight alone, 141.2 tons at the moment. And takeoff felt quite heavy as well. We used a fair bit of runway out of Gostomel Antonov Airport. Who knows? I did stuff the takeoff a little bit though. Lost a bit of rudder authority and steering a little bit. So we ended up kind of, I think it hit the blue dot speed, that reference speed for takeoff. A little bit variable, so I was a little uncertain. But it lifted off anyway by that point anyway, so it is all good. How much is this add-on? Alex is asking. It is basically $20 approximately by the Microsoft Flight Simulator in-sim marketplace store. And from what I understand, some of the proceeds are going to Antonov Airlines to help create the second one post invasion, post war. (020) at 15 at EGNJ. All the nines. Vicinity showers scattered some cloud 600 feet. Oh god. Broken cloud 1,400. Temperatures 9 degrees. Dew point 7. QNH 1034. Oh. Slightly wrong airport though, I need EGNC. Let's have a look. Well, not EGNC, sorry. EGCN. EGNC's Carlisle. So the raw METAR this is the closest we can get then, by the looks of it. Sheffield City Heliport is the nearest METAR that's active. That is 020 at 5, winds variable 320 degrees and 040 degrees. That could be interesting. All the nines, broken cloud at 2,700 feet, temperatures 8 degrees Celsius, dew point plus 3 degrees Celsius, QNH 1034, and they're expecting reducing visibility through the day, by the looks of it. What do we have in the cargo hold? Alex is asking. Good question. There was going to be a helicopter, but I changed my mind because I wanted to go super heavy. For that, I went for the generic cargo pallets, which means that we can then tweak the weight to how we wish. So we've got massive cargo pallets going the length of the belly of the aeroplane, the main cargo area. Oops, smashed into the steel girders. We've got that hatch closed there as well. I don't know if we can get through if it's open. There we go. Lovely. Tiny person's view. Yoep, have a good day. For those of you who haven't seen the interior yet, this is kind of all we've got to explore inside. Harry says, what do you think the performance is like? Do you mean frames per second and that sort of thing? Because if you do, it's been absolutely fine. I've had no issues whatsoever with it, in fairness. It was a big status thing, Alex. That's the thing for for Ukraine. It was a huge status thing, so it was always going to get destroyed because it wasn't evacuated away when the invasion began. In fact, they instead what they did is they took the call sign FCKDUTIN. I'll let you work that out, and they flew it around Kyiv for a little while, for about an hour, before then parking it back up at the hangar. Naturally, that annoyed them. So a little look at Volanta so far then. So in fact, before I zoom out, what I'll do is I'll show you Navigraph for those of you who tuned in, and I'll show you what we were supposed to do for departure, which is that nice little pink leg, the Cafe 1 Whiskey departure, the KAFEL, out of Gostomel. And our current location is all the way over here, north of Rivne. Still got a little while in Ukrainian airspace, but this is what we ended up flying because I am useless. GCS 7 Echo 7's airborne in the Antonov 225 as well, off to Warsaw I think. But yes, look, so initially it started off nice, didn't it? Look, we flew runway heading for a little while, and that left turn started off nice too, but instead of then going straight to that waypoint there, what I did is I then accidentally began to turn right again 180 degrees, so we did this little slalom and then flew outbound. But hey, I was trying really hard. Every button I clicked I broke something else with heading select or bank angle and something else, so there's a lot to do. Zarto's already up. He's got some screenshots in place. He's flying this Tupolev Air Ukraine on X-plane at the moment. Very nice. Who else have we got flying along today? We've got Adam Osprey 124 in the A320. No screenshots yet. We've got Hergy Osprey 2 Papa Lima. Yes, in the A310. Very cool. And that is all of us flying along today, not many. It's a tough one today, to be fair. And it's also not the sort of flight that I would ordinarily ever recommend happening on VATSIM. Tomorrow though, if you do want to get your fill and you've been flying it and you're on the VATSIM network, you're familiar with how VATSIM works, and you've been over the last 2 days smashing out test flights and training flights in this, there is an Antonov 225 day tomorrow evening with Ukraine, the sort of VATSIM arm of Ukraine. They're going to be online for a few hours tomorrow evening, the 1st of March, for some crazy Antonov flights. So you could fly Kyiv to Lviv and back again, for example, and have full ATC just to add to the immersion and the carnage of it all. Robin says my auto thrust doesn't seem to activate; it just locks the M1. What could be the problem? Is that in the Antonov out of chance, or is it in another aeroplane? Oh, we're doing Max 7.9. Just sort out a little bit of pitch here. 31,000 feet. I'm waiting for Max 7.6, so I'm going to bring that off a little bit. Got to try and focus on climbing still, because we've still got a little way to go to our final cruise of flight level 340. We're at 31,640 feet and climbing still. I have no idea what to expect when we get to Doncaster. I don't think it's going to be particularly neat. Another little click just to bring that vertical speed up a little bit more. I'm just quickly reverting to the manual again to see if there is anything to do with altitude. So what are we on now? We're in vertical mode. The button toggles the vertical element of the selected mode on the rotary mode selector. So we have to, I assume, make sure we level off at flight level 340, because it's not necessarily going to do it for us, I don't think, unless I've misinterpreted it. Oh, Wojtek, it's great fun, isn't it? It's stressful. It's very, very stressful. I've probably bitten off a little bit more than I can chew today, connecting straight into VATSIM to sort of go for a flight in it. But my God, it's busy, isn't it? It's tough, but very, very enjoyable. And I think because the aeroplane just more generally holds a special place for a lot of us that appreciate aviation. And it means so much to a nation as well that it's extra special that it's now available for us inside the flight simulator. It looks brilliant, it sounds great, and it's just great fun as well. I mean, we've got to get it down yet though, so I don't want to speak too soon. We've still got to get this on the ground, but who knows? I'm sure it'll be okay. We'll have the touchdown rating thing open as well, so landing rate monitor from FLEVO, the little special widget, that is active, so when we do get on the ground, we'll get that touchdown rating. I've no idea what to expect with those 16 wheels or whatever it's got, but I'm hoping we can pull it off a nice touchdown. Alex, no, definitely won't be flying back afterwards. Does this level off at its final altitude? We've got it set there, so I assume it would. Andy, afternoon, good day to you. Not flying today, but flew with CTAN yesterday, which is the US arm of Fly UK now. Miami to SAEZ, very nice. Buenos Aires. In the headwind A330, nice. iniBuilds saying auto altitude capture, yes, epic. So we're almost there. 33,720 feet. We are at the absolute cusp of what the aeroplane can kind of do with the weight and things as well at the moment, but we're getting there. Wojtek saying that 8 minutes or so it took from his last flight to finally settle at cruise altitude. How many times have you flown it then so far, Wojtek? And what's been your favourite thing about it so far as well? If we were to maybe name one or two things, maybe three things if it's difficult to kind of nail it down to one item. There goes 34,000. It's kind of levelling off. There goes the dog. Let's monitor. Fast forwarding to tomorrow, we are going to be in the Phoenix A320. We're going literally one end of the scale to the next. With how well, how difficult this is in comparison to the ease of an Airbus. So it's going to be a little bit more of a sit back and relax flight, so to speak, tomorrow, 1300 UTC, so UK time, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to be live. And we're back to NZA Simulations Christchurch tomorrow for a giveaway. We're going to be giving away one more copy of their scenery to a lucky winner on the live stream tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. I'm trying to find the route that we were deciding. So those of you who are members, bronze, silver, gold, frequent flyers on the channel, inside the Discord server, in the club lounge, we were discussing it yesterday, weren't we? During my night shift. And if you guys want to read a blog, I was interviewed by Ben from Flight Sim Hangar the other day. A load of Q&As fired at me, and I had to answer them all. Things like, where do I see the flight sim going in the future, and all that sort of thing too. So you can find that on the Flight Sim Hangar website, little interview blog there. So we're doing an old school route tomorrow. We're actually going Auckland, Flightbeam Studios, fantastic Auckland scenery, and then to Rotorua, which is about 25 minutes flight time away, still on the North Island, and that's one of the airports included in the world update that we had the other day for New Zealand. From there, we're going to do a little turnaround. We're going to fly to Wellington, another short hop to the very bottom of the North Island, and then follow it another turnaround. We're off then finally to Christchurch. Incredible scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator that has been made available. And we'll give one copy away to a winner. Ah yes, speed. Can I go to auto throttle in this mode and allow it to do its thing? Should do, shouldn't I? Mikkelsa did read the blog, we'll recommend it to all, thank you. First time I've done anything like that. It was quite interesting actually to have answers thrown at me. iniBuilds saying, I don't think I've ever seen the barber pole that far down the speedo. What's the heaviest this has been operated at so far then? Because we departed at, it was around 58,000 kilograms from memory. Ooh, just letting it chase the speed here. Where's the standard Barrow button? That's these wheels here. So you've got 1013, 29901. Jumps then to 1014, 29904, but then the very bottom one here, the actual analog display, there's a slight discrepancy between the two. So this one has 1012, whereas the one above 1013. So I'm going with digital today, and then using that as a bit of a looser cross check. We are about to pass over Lublin. So we've got quite a way to go yet. It's 3 and a bit hour flight. And the auto thrust seems to be stabilising itself nicely there too. We're at 34,000 feet. We're as best as we can, close as we can to it. 10,363 meters altitude. Wojtek saying, I just love it. I love old school aircraft, so enjoying the beast. And it's going to be the best long hauler for a while too. That's a good point as well. So, some of the routes that Antonov Airlines did in this were, huge. Let's see. So there were a couple of last flights noted in the well, across the internet, I suppose. Simple Flying was one of them. So. Final 3 flights for the Antonov 225. February the 2nd, the aircraft flew from Tianjin Binhai International in China through Russian airspace into Manas International in Kyrgyzstan. Is it Kyrgyzstan? The aircraft didn't rest there for long, apparently, reading the Simple Flying blog for it. So on the February the 4th, it then headed westbound again, performing the Antonov Bureau flight 3120 from Manas International, carrying a load of PPE, and it headed to Billund in Denmark, following an 8-hour, 34-minute journey time and a distance of 2,555 nautical miles. It then left Billund on February the 5th. That Saturday it landed at Ukraine's Gostomel airport, which is where we departed today in the sim, on flight Antonov Airlines 320 Foxtrot, and that was a duration of 2 hours 5 minutes, covering 814 nautical miles, and that was the last time the aircraft was flown. If we look at some of its stats, where have we got here? Operational history, specification. It's got a height of 59 feet 5 inches, 18.1 meters tall, wingspan of 88.4 meters, it's just huge, and a length of 84 meters as well. Maximum takeoff weight of 640,000 kilograms, with 6 Progress D18T turbofans producing 51,600 pounds of thrust each. Range 9,600 miles or 8,300 nautical miles with maximum fuel. With a 200-ton payload, however, the maximum range is 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. iniBuilds has said, yeah, that's a good point actually. On the iniBuilds forum, there is a route document on their forum too, so I will find the link to that actually. Stand by. It's the route guide. I'll pop that in the live chat for you guys. There you go. I don't know, Geronimo, actually, to be honest. I don't know if it's anything that they would ever pull off, though. I'm not sure if it would ever actually be created again. That's the thing. There's been a fuselage sitting there for ages. Roy Van Can, hello to you. Welcome. Thank you very much. My post-night shift with no sleep, having been up now for 26 hours. My English is alright, isn't it? That's better. Track up, much easier for me to understand, rather than north up. It gets quite disorientating otherwise. You have to think about orientation all the time. How is the beast flying? It's a bit of a handful. Bearing in mind, of course, you know, it's usually operated by 6 flight crew. This incredibly complex aeroplane. iniBuilds have managed to reduce a lot of the complexity so that it is just about manageable for one person. But even then, it's a huge handful. But it's just remarkably good fun. And we've got all these displays, gauges, dials. You know, a lot of them aren't animated, or you know, some of them are inoperative. Certainly, like these ones up here don't do anything. But if every switch did something, this would just be incredibly complex and actually very, very difficult. Look at the DC Designs Concorde, for example. It's such a handful just managing the fuel load and the centre of gravity in the flight to go supersonic. If they did a similar sort of thing with this, it would be probably twice as complicated as Concorde. Just thought, actually. Trying to work out where my fuel gauges are. Don't know. Oh well. If we go engine out, there's always the English Channel. 500 million euros. Whoa. Ah. Thank you very much. There you go. They're the fuel indications. Good shout. And Oliver pointing out there as well, you can see the total fuel there, 131,000 kilograms. So our block fuel today, for those of you just tuning in, ordinarily for a route like this we would expect a few thousand kilograms, maybe 6,000 to 8,000 kilos of fuel in a twin jet, say like a 737 or something similar. Maybe certainly no more than maybe 10,000 kilograms of fuel, but this en route burn for the aeroplane, according to the sim brief profile, in kilograms is 51,418 kilograms of fuel just for the en route fuel burn, and the block fuel is just shy of 80,000 kilograms. It's quite logical when you put it like that, iniBuilds. Everything's grouped by purpose. So the 4 flight engineer stations. So, where we got here? We start here: radio engineer, navigation engineer, electrical engineer, and fuel engineer. And then drivers. With their 6 pairs of trousers for each flight. It might disperse the English Channel so much, Rab, that Kent will sink. The Garden of England underwater for the water displacement of one Antonov in the English Channel. Let's hope we don't have that problem. We fly with confidence. Even if our ability doesn't match. Where are we? IFR high chart. So we've still got a long way to go, to be fair, before we need to think about our arrival into Donny. We're expecting this though, the ILS Zulu approach for runway 02. Although interestingly, that says Cat A and B. Which means we have to do the Yankee. But we're not flying through the NDB. I mean, to be fair, actually, they're kind of irrelevant. So Cat A and B is just in relation to this procedural turn up to 7 DME and then round that teardrop sort of procedure. And the Yankee then, for the Cat C and D aircraft, bring them wider because of the higher speed and everything else. So we don't really need to worry about that, because effectively we're going to be flying over RAF Scampton and then over Gamston Airfield. Probably a little bit further south than that, to be honest. And then just we'll be heading in self-vectoring for a final approach, straight in on the ILS. We need a nice long final. Roy, so I'm using this with the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight, which has got a 4 throttle sort of piece. Loads of buttons configurable, so I've got the parking brakes, spoilers, flaps all gauged to those, and then the yoke as well, so I've got a good old yoke. iniBuilds, Gamston's your local, very nice. What we can think about is the ILS frequency. We've got the Doncaster ADF as well, the NDB, sorry, which we can tune in to the ADF 338. Identifiable by that Morse there, though I probably won't bother tuning in too much. And then final approach course is 018, which auto-tunes, I believe. So VLOC 110. What we got? 11095. So as iniBuilds are saying, the ILS frequency should auto-tune with the nav data. The ADF that we could tune is all the way back here in the comms station. So we had Gostomel Airport's NDB of 590 tuned in. What we can tune now is Sheffield's, or Doncaster Sheffield's 338. Like so. We could tune the volume up if we want to as well, so we might hear that Morse when we get closer. None of these are switchable. That's good. Less to do. VHF 1 and 2. Claudio, welcome on board, buddy. I think I've still got the charts up, haven't I? Let's get rid of that. Doc saying, interesting, there's no ILS Zulu 02 chart on Navigraph apps on PC and Android, so ILS 02 Yankee it is. I can see ILS DME Zulu or lock DME Zulu runway 02 approach. When we get closer, we need to change the mode. So the bit says HAB, Captain Nav. We need to click knock instead, Captain Land, which will then give us the ILS data, like DME and things, but in kilometres, onto the HSI. We've got to think about speeds for approach, final approach altitudes, and then we would also be flicking across onto approach mode. If we use heading mode, we've got course 1 or course 2 for heading mode. VORs, track the VORs. Takeoff ready test. Oh, you know what? I didn't click that. This is the landing ready test. So I need to hold that for 10 seconds near to approach. VOR auto switch, VOR2 transponder, comms. 11095. That's actually already tuned. Happy days. Nautical miles. That's set to ILS nav beacon. iniBuilds says another fun fact for us: the in real life Antonov 225 autopilot didn't even have VOR modes. It had course 1, course 2, navigation, which is like your LNAV, so to speak, and approach only. My goodness. It must have been such a handful for these guys to fly in real life. They must have been exceptionally busy. Look at that lighting. So we've got some lights here, captain backup lights, needles brightness, TCAS dashboard brightness as well, so we can turn that up. Look at that old school blue, that looks really cool, doesn't it? Just fiddle that AP heading bug back in line ever so slightly. Spurious, welcome. Ben's asking what's the song. It's part of Epidemic Sound. It's by Thomas Skeidelberg. Sun is Shining. I'm trying to think what else there is quirkiness about the aeroplane that we can kind of explore during our flight. As Racer says, just found out that there is a Gostomel airport scenery coming soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator. That'll be getting purchased as soon as I see it available. I was desperately researching for one today, hoping that there would be one available for us to purchase for today's flight, but look at that. The default scenery was okay enough, wasn't it? We were kind of exploring and enjoying the aircraft so much, it's so busy that we didn't have time to enjoy any scenery as such. Karima, welcome buddy. We are live. And you're most welcome as well. Thank you for the PMDG tutorials, although I'm so confused with Navigraph since when I try to set up departure and then the route thing, it's always a different one, Berg 1 Victor instead of 5 Victor. Have a little look on the charts to see which runway those correspond to, because sometimes your transition might be Berg, or you know, if it's a waypoint called Burgo for Berg, for example, and you've got two runways, 18 and 36. 1 Victor might be for runway 36, and the Berg 5 Victor might be for runway 18. So always have a little look to see what runway you're actually going to be using. Roy says the crew of the 225 are pretty self-sufficient because no airport they were flying into had any tools or parts for it. Very impressive. So they must have had a big old spares kit in the back for every flight. Heli Pro says, could you imagine an Antonov 225 NG with full glass cockpit and stronger engines? It would be quite cool to see what it would have looked. What would it have become if it was an aeroplane developed with today's standards of technology? Mikhail says, does it have an emergency gear down button? If not, do not touch. If it does, I can tell you the Tecnam does. That FSS Tecnam P 2006 Tango that we previewed the other day, that's releasing possibly today, folks, as well, actually. Unless it's already out now. I may have missed it. Night shift fog, brain and all that sort of stuff. Ben, that's cool. In fact, I can do one better. We got No, 7. 9. Yeah, this tow bar, right? Unfortunately, it's not animated with the pushback system, I don't think. Unless it is. iniBuilds is in the chat, they could tell us. There's the spare wheels as well. And the crane system too. Here, for all the cargo. So there's all the spare wheels and the tow bar. In fact, by the looks of it, a number of spare wrenches and things too. It's a whopper of a tow bar, isn't it? All spares there. I would imagine all these little bins here are full of tools and rags and oil and things like that. Looks like a big fuse box there. I mean, to give you an idea of how fast the jet is, look at this. Rab says Big Jet TV did a live show inside the Antonov 225 a while ago. It was incredible. Tie-down ratchets as. Yeah, you're probably right. They do look more like tie-down ratchets than wrenches. You can turn the interior lights on and off as well, so there's a toggle in the EFB for the cargo compartment lights. Richard, how do you do? Hope you're okay. Penn says our 757 tow bar at work weighs about 350 kilograms plus. Great fun in the taxiway in the wind, rain disconnecting that. That's an aeroplane I would absolutely love to own in the sim. It would be fantastic. First aircraft I was ever trained on as cabin crew. That and the 767-300 with Thompson. Look at that, the sheer size of it. It's insane. And then I moved on to the A320s, the 777s, the 747-400, always remarkable. And then the Airbus A380. Still to this day the best aircraft I've ever flown on. The most comfortable, the quietest, the most powerful, the most impressive. Ticked every single box. I'm good, Richard, thank you. I've been up for quite a while though. Did night shift last night. It was my second night shift of the 2 that I do every sort of 2 weeks. And it was a busy one. So busy in fact that I got home not very tired and decided instead to take the dog out for a nice walk and then prep for the stream, bring the stream forward a little bit. I figured, and it's probably a good job, that we would be on the ground for about an hour. Thanks to Doc as well pointing out I'd probably spend an hour on the ground trying to fiddle around, get everything set up. So we explored a lot of the systems on the ground at Gostomel before we even thought about sort of taking off. Oya says, hey bro, I wonder how can you learn flying this beast so quickly? Any crash course for that? The biggest tip, use the interactive checklist. Start at the top. Just work through each item, click the little eye icon and you can see where everything is. You can then kind of understand and begin to learn the aircraft, the layout of the cabin, the cockpit, all that sort of stuff. And to use the iniBuilds manual as well, which is included. It's also on their forum. There's a lot of really useful information across 50 pages in the manual about the vertical button, the VEL button max, the auto thrust, the autopilot master, which is the ER button, and all the rest too. Richard, it's good fun. We build it up quite heavy, so we took off at over 500,000 kilograms, near to 600,000 kilograms, and it took a while for it to accelerate and get off the ground. To be fair, it's good fun. It's really good fun, and it trips you up if you don't pay attention on the climb as well. Richard said I had it up for about 15 minutes and then it plummeted. Oops. As Racer's looking forward to the A380 from Fly-by-Wire. He's already got his flights planned for that release. So for me, when that eventually arrives, I'm going to be looking at doing the proving flights that I used to do at British Airways. We flew Heathrow to Frankfurt and back to get used to operating the aeroplane. Sort of getting familiar and comfortable in very short sectors and exploring the cabin, but in a live scenario with passengers on the lower deck, and the upper deck was sealed off as well. It's really good training flights. So I'll be replicating those. Similarly, when PMDG released their 777, I'm going to be doing Heathrow to Madrid as a bit of a test or a proving flight there. I think the FLEVO A380 is going to be a long way away still yet. Bluebird Sim 757, similar sort of time frame. I'll be surprised to see that this side of November this year, I think. There's lots coming soon. Lots and lots of aeroplanes coming soon. Not least the iniBuilds A300 600F. The Aerosoft A330, yep, that's coming soon as well. PMDG's 777 for MSFS as well. We've got the Just Flight Avro RJ coming soon. And goodness knows what else. Some developers are kind of working in the background, and then they'll just drop a release. So it is hard to gauge sometimes. Azrace is going to do a delivery flight from Toulouse to Heathrow, then going to long haul it from Heathrow to Dubai or somewhere in America. Venom second, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Great to have you with us today. BKG Blueface saying the only promising freeware is the FLEVO A380. There is there's a few projects, aren't there? There's the Digital Flight Dynamics A350 and a few others. EDMM Centre. That's not us though, I don't think. That is going to be around Dresden. Yeah, Nuremberg, Dresden, Leipzig. Where are we now? We are... oh, we're almost passing south of Poznan.
Keep up the good work. I'll be back later or in Discord later. Just popping in.
Thank you, Richard. Really appreciate that. Really generous of you as well. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. And I will speak to you later over on Discord. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you have a good day. iFly's still waiting for the A220. Who's making... was that Synaptic Simulation that were making that? Something like that, wasn't it? Synaptic Simulations or something similar? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? It's probably a little way away still, even if they've... yeah, I'm not even sure if they're still making progress or not. Nice set of contrails there. That is, if I was to spot them, Wiz 9370 for a flight down to Budapest out of Sweden. See you later, Richard. Look at that for a view. That GoPro-esque kind of view. Fenix version 2 coming soon, hopefully. Yeah, I do hope that comes sooner rather than later. I'm finding myself getting a little bit frustrated with some of its bugs and quirks. Not least the reverse sometimes not working and sometimes working. It's yeah, there's a few things that are becoming a bit frustrating with Fenix. For me, my go-to most recently has been the PMDG 737NG series. That has been really good. I haven't flown the iniBuilds A310 for a little while actually. That is overdue a flight, so we would have to work that in at some point soon. Hergy asking what days for streams this week. Today, this one, and tomorrow. And then I'm out of days off again. It's a short set of days off this week for me, unfortunately. And then I'll be working for a few more days, 4 or 5 days, and then off for 5. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to be doing that New Zealand hop again. So we did last week a pre-New Zealand World Update flight with the new NZA Simulations Christchurch. And tomorrow we're going to go back to New Zealand to have a look post-update. Auckland, Rotorua, Wellington, Christchurch for the sectors tomorrow. Fenix A320 Air New Zealand Ops. I mean, here's a question for iniBuilds actually. If they are still in the live chat, if someone wanted to create a livery for the aeroplane, is that possible with the encrypted software? I assume it would be, because I could see in the file structure there are livery packs, folders for it available. So I assumed we would be able to pull it across. Turbo Stig, thank you, buddy. Have a good night, Ian. Sato's tired. Me too. Me too. See, I've done 2 night shifts. So yesterday, I woke up about midday, 12 o'clock. Having got in at 7:30, 8 o'clock that morning. Today I didn't get in until about 8:30 this morning. I was supposed to get in at about 7:20 past 7. So I was kind of sitting there. I had a little moment of deliberation going, I'd really love to sleep, but if I sleep for 3 hours or 2 hours, I'm going to get up and feel even worse than if I just stay up, take the dog out, have a couple of coffees to give myself a little bit of a wake up, and then go from there. And then fly the beast. What could possibly go wrong? I was thinking of the Dr. Pepper advert from years ago, that Dr. Pepper, what's the worst that could happen? Those of you remember that advert from years ago? It was a series of adverts, wasn't it? It's like a Godzilla version and a few other weird ones. Firefly says I can't see any A310s on that, and there's not a single one flying, is there? Rabs blitzed past us between ADVAB and Ebola. Possibly. We're flying at Mach 7.5. We are not really going much quicker, to be honest. We could probably do Mach 7.6. Rab, my goodness, Mach 8.4. Oh. Sue. See Unicorn ticking along. A couple of people descending in the vicinity of us. Afternoon commentator, welcome. It's good fun. It is good fun. I mean, there's something remarkably cool about being able to fly what was the world's largest aircraft inside the sim. Oh, high fly, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, get that. Heli Pro wants to see contrails. You can see all 6 of them. Look at that. Absolute beast. That's the money shot there. Let me just move the drone camera ever so carefully. Look at that. There's your money shot. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I'll put it onto Volanta. All the screenshots from today, as always, will go into our Discord server, and I'll pick 2 or 3. Sometimes I go crazy. I'll pick up 5 or 6. They'll all go onto Instagram as well, on the channels accounts on Instagram, Facebook, that sort of thing, Twitter. Sherpin says, can you tell me how to put a flight plan into the aeroplane and how to engage autopilot as well, because you're going to fly yours in an hour. Exciting. Where are you flying? What route? In relation to flight plans, if you use SimBrief, head over to SimBrief, create your route. Once you've generated that flight plan, you want to click flight plan downloads, scroll down until you see FS 2020. Click download a .pln file, which is a flight plan file that the sim can read. When you're in the world map, you then want to click load, more load, and then load that flight plan file that you've downloaded. And it will then pull it into the sim, and it will then be ready and available inside this GNS 530 system. You might need to have a little look at the top of the world map to make sure that you've got the departure selected, the arrival procedures selected as well, if you're looking to do those sort of things too. and then also load the fuel too. But beyond that, have a massive amount of fun with it. Commentator says I need to get back into the A310 as well. He really enjoyed flying that. It's good fun. I love the weird blend that Airbus used to have, kind of like Boeing-esque with Airbus brain inside of it, if that makes sense. It's a really cool aeroplane to fly. No, Sherpat, entirely different to the PMDG. You can, if you're really familiar with this, you could manually add in the route here in the flight plan section. So you could build your own route using this if you wished. But that's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, I just loaded my flight plan in using the world map. Check the waypoints, make sure it's all correct, and then load it in. Once you put power into the aeroplane, it's all inside the GPS system ready for us, basically. And then for the autopilot, my recommendation would be to read through the manual, to be honest, to make sure you're kind of setting the right modes. But Navig is basically this Antonov's version of LNAV. There we go. Tip from iniBuilds as well. GNS 530 Whiskey doesn't support airway loading, so definitely recommend the world map method. It will put it in for you. There you go. I've dialed her up to max 76 for you now. The yellow, I'm going to have a little look through the manual. I think the yellow arrow, that's our minimum clean speed, isn't it? Where is it? Oh, it's so complicated, isn't it? There's so much to learn. Hi, Cornelius. And what you can do as well is, and for those of you who saw the start of the stream, we open the nose at the beginning. And we then load it. Got it all shut up again, ready to go. Using these icons here. You can, in the settings, change the nose door movement speed to fast so that you spend a lot less time waiting, basically. And you will make good use out of this converter as well. Really important. In fact, actually, thinking about it, QNH 1034 apparently near Doncaster Sheffield at the moment. So if I go to the converter, HPA 1034, so I've got to change, when we descend, I've got to change this little reading from 759 to 775 millimeters of mercury. Interesting. Which would then equate to a QNH of 1034 hectopascals, or inches of mercury 3053. Thankfully we've got these digital displays with hectopascals available with us, and feet too. And then the comparable figure in meters, 10,360. So 3 meters short, but that's pretty close. Look, I won't fiddle with it too much. That's as close as we can get. Absolutely a shadow box. There's a lot of conversion involved, which does make it a bit of a headache for me because I'm not great at maths. But that's where the conversion is very handy for us, that conversion tool there. Alexander Weber, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Hope you're enjoying it today. Four Eyes Aviation as well, welcome. Melon Lord, it looks so hulking. It's huge, isn't it? It's a monstrosity, the sheer size of it. crikey, has Sim Update 12 Beta changed stuff that much? Whoa. The A310 has had a 100 plus item patch in the Sim Update 12 Beta. As for the 300, freighter is only planned for the time being. Sherpant is asking, is Copenhagen a big enough airport for the plane? I don't know the answer to that, to be totally honest with you. I suppose my advice would be to just try it out and let us know. Buzz your way in and see what happens. Enormous as in enormous bads, it's taking a long time to load the beta, or enormous as in the load speed is nice and quick? Because for me now, Microsoft Flight Simulator takes maybe 15 minutes, 10 minutes to load just to get to the main menu. Fast, that's good. About time. Very good to hear indeed. Gretz was asking, is fuel loaded in the default MSFS toolbar? Yes. Trying to work out what the shortest field length of the aircraft would be. So AN-225 shortest runway. Let's have a look. Good old Google. The runway length requirement for the Antonov 225 is 3,500 meters, or 11,483 feet. So if Copenhagen's runway is that long, or slightly longer, you're good. That's why we are taking the flight today into Doncaster Sheffield. Because it has a whopper of a runway, and it's, you know, good enough for the Vulcan, that wonderful bomber, which actually Just Flight I think are working on. That's going to be great when that does eventually arrive. Another aircraft sort of saved in the history books inside a flight sim, which is nice. Oh, that's good. Sim Update 12 Beta with everything installed, European add-ons, AI Traffic FSLTL, FS Traffic AIG 6 to 7 minutes. That's very, very good. Ah, perfect, Sherpant. There you go. Max brakes, but who knows. Yeah, that's the next question though, as Daffy's pointing out. Can the airport actually support it with the taxiways and everything else? Thankfully, people can do wild things in Flight Sim. Timeo, thank you, buddy. Very generous of you. Welcome, Andy, Elk, Andy as well, Dave, and Will. Gifted channel memberships thanks to Timeo, courtesy of Timeo. Very, very generous of you, buddy. Thank you very much. And welcome to U5 too. If you're joining us as a channel member today, as a new member, and you're in our Discord server, make sure you've linked your user account in your user settings of Discord. You link your YouTube account into that as a connection, and it'll automatically get you access into our members zone areas within our Discord server. Wanted to a comms, we've got ADF tuned, we've got the ILS tune 10.195 as well. Pyreeg, absolutely. You know what, that was actually going to be one of the routes I wanted to do. I wanted to do Kyiv to East Midlands. Once you've released your scenery. But alas, this got released and we were still waiting for EGCN, so... Second of March, by the way, as well. I've got another video coming soon, and that's going to be focusing on Boris Audio Works, the sound packs for Cessna 172 and the Cirrus SR22. created by Boris, the chap behind all of the sounds for the Flight Effects Honda jet, the Vision jet, sorry, and also the Flyby A32NX. Really looking forward to your East Midlands Airport scenery, Pyreek. Everything you've showed so far, the sneak preview images of assets and things being created for the scenery look fantastic. So those of you who haven't yet had a little look, have a look on Pyreek's Facebook page or his Instagram. You see loads of sort of sneak previews, elements of his new scenery coming soon. So this next one's going to be East Midlands, EGNX. Really looking forward to that one. Good for leisure, incredibly good for cargo. It'd be perfect for the A300-600F when iniBuilds released that. And it has been somewhere that the Antonov 225 has been too. Sherpan saying, what are some of the biggest airports in the EU? Frankfurt, that's got a pretty long runway. Billund, it's landed at Billund as well. God, could you imagine doing a go around? After do I even 2 go arounds in this Wojtek? That must be horrendous. I wouldn't even know what to do. Max power, try not to crash. Where are we now? HLZ, we're approaching that waypoint. Badge is miles ahead. Osprey 458 is miles ahead as well. They're over Lelystad and Amsterdam as well in the Netherlands. My goodness. We are passing Berlin at the moment. Down here. Might see it. Berlin Brandenburg. There's the stadium. That is oh, I forgot what it's called. Takeoff? My goodness. Night shift brain fog. We want to find Berlin Brandenburg though. Ah, there's the old Berlin. Which means if we keep going, I can't even remember the name of that one. That was that's now a park. There's Brandenburg. Aerosoft's Brandenburg version 2 released the other day. It is awesome. We flew in there the other week, last week, for a fantastic live preview. That'd be a good one for the Antonov actually as well. Tempelhof, that's the one. Good shout, guys. Rab's been to Donington Park many times, never been to East Midlands. Adam, no worries at all. I would imagine for a go-around, Wojtek, all six flight crew start smashing buttons and doing a certain sequence. Mikhail saying to Pyreek, Devco and iniBuilds, thank you for everything you guys are doing to the MSFS community. Project Max, according to Highflyer, Project Max have released Mumbai on the Ini store. Interesting. That would be interesting to have a look at, wouldn't it, actually? We've not flown around India for a little while, actually, to be honest. Oliver says, hello, Avgeek, will there be a video on how to start the Antonov 225? This one. Have a little look at the start of the stream. After the stream, you can watch it back on demand, and you can follow us as we fly. We'll get the engine started using this interactive checklist. That would be the best way, Oliver, I think, for getting the engine started. Certainly this auto engine start section here, really, really useful, and it sort of takes away a lot of the sequencing the engine start for you, does it automatically. Very, very good. Fly Tim, hello buddy. Good afternoon to you. No worries at all. I hope you're good. Max 7.6. We struggled to get any more out of it, to be honest. There's the barber pole for VNE. Approach speeds when we're thinking about weight. Our estimated, estimated landing weight for the jet when we get to Doncaster is 532,756 kilograms. So with that in mind, we've got an approach speed of 150 knots. I'm going to write this down actually. So VAP 150 knots. That would be full flap. Which is 277 kilometers per hour. Then we press approach mode, select the left of the bottom 3 push buttons to arm the lock. Select the left of the bottom 3 push buttons to arm lock. Oh, I think it means that, vertical. Oh yes, so we have to go into approach mode, source select, and then vertical to arm the localizer. Once on the localizer, select the right of the bottom 3 push buttons to arm the glide. So we do the left of the bottom 3 push buttons to arm the localizer, then we press the right of the bottom 3 push buttons to arm the glide slope. Landing autopilot and auto thrust must be disconnected, so we've got to hand fly the landing. Engineers panel, APU heaters select both on, approach procedure complete. What about, oh my god, approach procedure, select autopilot control panel, hostile approach configuration, flap 35, 200 knots, max speed. When 5 miles before the start of the ILS, when below 250 knots, select flap 2. Below 225 knots, select flap 15. When flap 15 is set, check engine idle switches to low. Check engine idle switches to low. Is that these? Oh. Voicex says to just a heads up, the middle button arm, the lock for me. Is that the PC? It's AP course button, isn't it? So, oh yeah, that's referring to PC. There we go. I'm catching up with the live chat. Sorry. Yeah. So PC for course, vertical for glide. For the ILS, and that is providing we're in approach mode here for this course selector knob. Thanks, guys. Wojtek iniBuilds pointing that out. Wojtek, it's amazing you've learnt it so quickly. It only released yesterday. Hi Flyer, I think they said a little earlier in the chat that they're going to do the freighter version. I don't think they've mentioned the passenger version. Flight Sim has been doing an anti-clockwise Northern Hemisphere tour in the last few days. Last leg was Kaitak to Paro. Wow. Hopefully you've got the Orbex, that Himalaya mesh from Orbex. That's really good. Vast area covered by that as well. Serbian Gaming World, hello to you. Alberta, good morning, buddy. Down in Chile. Hope you're okay. Thanks for joining us today. What do you think? What do you think of the Antonov? And also, have you got it yet, Alberto? Yeah, I suppose a blend of BA-146 with a smidgen of DC-6-esque kind of gyropilot style. You know, bank selector and things like that down here. Very quirky, isn't it? Roy, the sim is making me poor. At this rate, we're going to be saying that all of these new add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator are fueling inflation. Fair enough, Alberto prefers the smaller jets. Yeah, that's going to be mega. Looking forward to that 777. It's going to be very good. I have to replace the fans when we get to Doncaster. They look like they're giving up the ghost. You can do some long hauler TAM flights, Alberto. Santiago to Heathrow, for example, that's one of them. Cornelius said, how do you bind the throttles? So I've got my throttles on my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 set to each axis. So throttle axis 1, 2, 3 and 4. And in the iniBuilds manual for the aeroplane, near the top actually I think, let me just find it and read it out so I can explain it properly by just reading it verbatim. Right, okay, so it's not in the manual, it's on the, I think it's on the iniBuilds forum then, let me have a little look. How do I control all 6 engines? There we go, so throttle axis, if you have your keybind set to just throttle axis, that will control all 6 throttle levers. And then if you've got a setup like mine, then throttle axis 1 controls engines 1, 2 and 3. And throttle axis 4 controls engines 4, 5 and 6. There you go. 2 options then basically, depending on what you've got. If you've got a single bar throttle, you just have the one that covers it all. Or I think that'd be quite a good click spot rather than having to go into here and click it across to 100s again. Nice little idea. At least we're over the halfway point now. Eddie, we do. Our 2 biggest fans. We can turn that one off. Rab says, have you calculated your top of descent? Good question. No. I'm going to assume we need maybe 100 nautical miles, but to be honest, I have no idea when we're going to descend, because I don't really know what to expect in relation to this. Although I can now see that there's a message appeared here. It's going to be the direct 2, set course 264. Turning left. Mr. Misterno, welcome. If it's the fans look a bit stuttery. We're trying to rotate them all the way to the to face the window now to help defog and dehumidify, as iniBuilds said they do in real life. Oops, we want to go up then, like that. There we are. It's probably what my fan in my computer's doing right now as well, since I need a new rig. But hey ho. Flight Sim, I don't think it does take the PMS Garmin stuff actually. It uses the working title GNS 530 system down there. Here's the only option it's got. Or you could obviously tune VORs and do proper old school raw flying. That'd be very, very hands on though. Very high pressure indeed, Roy, isn't it? 1040 hectopascals, it's insane. Let's turn the fan off. It's a bit weird, isn't it, seeing it like that? Interestingly, it seems to like almost get stuck as an animation, because the fan, when we turn it off now, look, all of a sudden it's working again and then turns off. If we then turn it back on again, it starts to rotate nicely for a little while until it starts to get stuck. So I don't know what's causing it. It could be that the sim, you know, the way you look in the sim, it's like a camera, isn't it? Rather than there we go. The quirk with high-speed rotations in the sims, it's like you're looking through a lens of a camera as opposed to your own eyes, with the way the sim works with displaying stuff, just more generally. How is flying the Antonov AN-225 coming along, Avik? Hello to you. It's tough, but it's great fun. It's probably the easiest way that I could sum it up. It's a handful. Runway length at Doncaster is 2,894 meters in length. That's actually shorter than I thought. A lot shorter than I thought. Oh dear. Yes, at least we got it up to cruise. Now I might end up having to hand fly a lot of this descent. I'm not sure. I'm trying to sort of plan what we're going to do when we get to nearer towards Donny. I wasn't very good at. I wasn't very good at handling the heading bug down here. I was finding myself getting locked into a load of messy 180-degree left and right turns. So I might end up just disabling the autopilot and dealing with that instead. That way. Is there an auto brake function on the jet? I don't think I've seen it in the manual. Engine idle switch guard. Oh, there's the engine idle switches. So that was in the manual, wasn't it, that I was referring to for the approach procedure? So cruise procedure, when at cruise, turn on route nav aids, HSI displays, check fuel on board every 30 minutes, captain seat when at cruise, set cruise power settings, set MDA, HSI mode selector for the course, cruise procedure complete. So check engine idle switches to low when flaps at 15 are set. So low thrust switch. So I would assume we click those and it's going to then set it when we go in the down position to low thrust. But then when do we put them back to full thrust? Because it doesn't say in the manual. Hello John, this is very different. No auto brake. I suppose it was a silly question to ask, wasn't it? This was never going to have an auto brake. Oh, nice one, Doc. Thank you. Doc's got tomorrow's route sorted out. And it hops around New Zealand. It's a giveaway tomorrow for the NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport scenery. Ah, nice. So what does the engine idle switches to load actually do then, iniBuilds? Out of curiosity, because my mind says that I would want high idle for a go around. Is that not then necessarily the case? Ah, okay, interesting. So actually then it's useful for descent to flick it down into low idle. Okay. Yeah. Counterintuitive actually, it's weird. So it's one of those things that you kind of need to understand the logic behind it to get why it's a step. I hope not, Rab. That will likely end up in a loss of control, I think. What are we thinking for a top of descent, folks? 100 miles? Do you think that might be enough? Not really sure. I think it's just rolling the dice and stepping down slowly. We are north of Paderborn at the moment, south of Bremen, Germany. Not long past Hanover, actually. Badger's already there. Cargo looks 919. He's almost at Oddbed. My goodness. I mean, there's every chance that I will miss quite a few of these descent steps because there's so much to click and do and manage and check that then I might well miss a couple of things. Throttle lever lock, flaps, speed brakes, engine idle switch guard, fuel valve guards. I won't be touching those until after landing. Upper gear latch. Oh, that should be closed as well, actually, to be fair. And then the lower gear latch we should drop for gear down when we arrive. Light him, yeah, very early, that 300 miles. Maybe we need that today. Yosef, hello to you, welcome on board. Great to have you with us today at flight level 340 in Mira. Ah, that's good to know. Yes, I do have one of those actually in a build. So in the chat they're saying that if we have a button, like I do, or any kind of keybind bound to gear deploy, it'll automatically open the gates for you on the gear lever. So when I press my landing gear keybind, it should automatically flick the latch open and then drop the gear. That's good to know. Let's see what drone camera views we've got here. The size of this. Big belly. Mighty 6 jets. Oh, look at that little bit of wing flex. Right. Fritz says, oh, that's a good shout actually, Fritz. Not to add to the chaos, but maybe fire up Sky Dolly as well for that replay. Yes. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. For those big fans. Jeez. Just insane, the sheer size of this thing. It's impressive that an aircraft this big ever flew. iniBuilds with another fun fact. Wikipedia, or WikiBuilds. Fun fact time again, the reason the wings don't have slats all the way along the leading edge is because the majority of the wing, the part with the slats, which is the silver bit we're looking at the moment, it's directly from the Antonov AN-225. They just bolted the extra section on for the additional engine. You can see the seam where they attach on our model. They're cool views. Go to that. Yes, actually, from here, you can see the seam, actually, can't you? Look at that. That weird contrast difference. Is that the seam? Yeah, that's quite a visible join, isn't it? So that's from the Antonov AN-225, and they've just bolted it on and gone, that'll do. We've made a massive plane with spare parts. I go down a quick fit buying a used tyre. They've done the same with the world's biggest plane. No click spots for emergency gear deployment, John. Thankfully, you'll be pleased to know. Or has it? Thankfully not, by the looks of it. The GNS has a VNAV calculator that would advise you for a top of descent. Like it did on the climb then, when it said we're approaching the VNAV profile. That pop-up, I suppose we're expecting that. Norbert saying top descent should be just before RAVLO according to SimBrief. There's Sierra Baba Yankee. We're passing over Amsterdam. We'll give Yoep a wave on the way. You'll have to manually set it, click VNAV. Ooh. Where do I want to be? So 2,000 feet. feet. Oh my goodness. I'm rubbish at this GNS 530 lark. Oh my god. Fat fingers. 2000s. No. I'm so bad at this. Target position, 4 nautical miles. I don't know, a Shadowbox. It's really good fun. It's so tough to fly before. Charlie Foxtrot 020, yes, that one. And I want 2. We'll go for 3 nautical miles. No, we'll go for 2 nautical miles before, because then we'll be below the glide slope anyway. It'll give us time to just sort speed and things out. Legacy mode RAV, I think it is. The one that's usually for the airliners and stuff that I use as well. $400 feet per minute. So what would be the figure you would advise here in your builds then that we put in for vertical speed profile? We come in a bit closer to it so we can see it a little bit clearer. This is the focus now. This profile of 1,800, yeah. I like the sound of that. I'll go with your decision. So that looks good. 21 minutes to descent. And counting. So we've got the ILS frequency of 110.905 tuned in. It's going to auto-tune the ILS frequency for us, and that's for runway 02 at Doncaster Sheffield. And that is our VNAV stuff all set up. Ding ding ding, loading up all the data. Right turn in a little while. We'll be monitoring that, keeping that heading bug aligned with our route as well, like we would in the Boeing 737 as well, actually, to be fair, because if we have to revert off into the heading select mode for whatever reason, and we flick across to course 1 or course 2, and we want to hold, hold it on that AP course button mode, we need to make sure that heading bug is in line with where we're actually already travelling, otherwise it's going to immediately try and turn. Badger says it's bad weather at Doncaster. What's the cloud base? And yeah, I mean, you've just landed, haven't you, Badger? So what weather did you get? I'm hoping we get good visibility on final, otherwise I might need to change my trousers. Benjamin, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Anything below 350 foot per minute, having had no sleep for over 26 hours, so I'm going to be really pleased with. Oh, Roy, of course. Almost 200 likes, Fritz. I know, crazy. Thank you to everybody who hit the thumbs up button so far. All of it, David. It's a lot to learn, and there's obviously a lot of Russian decals and things like that as well, and you're kind of having to learn the layout of the buttons and the sequencing of things. Once you get your head around the cockpit layout a little bit, and you understand what some of the switches are and where they are, certainly the important ones. You've got the comm stack down there, engines and things as well, and the electrical panel at the rear. You can kind of get your head around other bits. Hey, Shadowbox, no, all good, thank you. It's the energy in the chat keeps me good. Oh, Roy, that's a shout, actually. I don't know if they would be. I would imagine they actually are, to be honest. I'm sure we'll find out. It does have checklists built in, David. In fact, a really good interactive checklist. A really, really good interactive checklist. All of this. And the auto engine start is really useful. Cloud base 2,000 feet. Happy days. That's a lot of points, David, yes. I mean, for the first time ever, I'm using this highlight tooltips thing. Thank you to Wojtek for pointing out, setting it all of this up as well. We're using this to make good use of it and kind of understand the layout of buttons, and certainly with the Russian decals, highlighting it with the tooltips gives us the English version of it for a few seconds, and it means that we can then learn what each dial is there to represent, what it does. These buttons down here are really important. We're flying Captain Nav at the moment. That's giving the HSI kind of the GPS flight plan data. Near to the arrival for the ILS, we're going to switch it across into this knock mode, the land mode instead. ePod says, I've got a friend who knows a bit of Russian, so was sending us screenshots of the control panels asking for translations last night. The thing is, when you're in the climb out and you're desperately trying to deal with all of the stuff going on, you're having to wait for your friend to respond. That's a long time, potentially. Elk, all good. Yes, it was... trying to find who it was, actually. Not put it in my log. My goodness. Timeo. It was Timeo Elk, who's gifted 5 memberships for the month. So those of you who have been gifted 5, you get a membership for the channel for free for the month. Thank you to Timeo for that. Very generous indeed. Sorry, yeah, A Shadowbox, Cyrillic alphabet. And there's an option in here to switch between the two. It's good fun, MPS. It's tough. I mean, it doesn't help that I'm super tired as well, but we are getting through it. We're over the Netherlands at the moment. There's an aeroplane underneath, actually. Some contrails down there. Big plane above. Make some room. Imagine what this was like, would be like if we had actual wake turbulence modelled in the sim. We could test it out and fly a couple of Antonovs past each other. Flat lands of the Netherlands. Schiphol is down here somewhere. We've gone for different types of cargo, MPS Gaming, so we will have a look, actually, in case you are just tuning in, we'll have a look again at the EFB. Because there are a number of variable options inside it for your payloads. The only thing I would probably like to see is what we got, here we go, is actually the weight for each put here, so you can see how it affects the total weight of the aircraft, your zero fuel weight and all that sort of stuff. We've gone with this one because it allows us then to manually set our cargo loads, and we've gone heavy. So that's our load for today. Cargo weight of 139,200 kilograms, fuel weight 109,645 kilograms left, payload weight of 487,414 kilograms, and passengers 3,200 kilos. You can flick through, so we were going to use the large industrial boiler, but it wasn't heavy enough. I wanted to set the aeroplane up to be as heavy as I dared, basically. To see how it handled. 3 helicopters fit in the back nicely as well. Got a maglev train. MPS Gamer, we've got gin in our boxes. Trucks. We've gone for that generic cargo. Full of gin. Or yeah, if we're flying into Joep land, Amsterdam down below, we would have 1 million stroopwafel. In fact, Amsterdam isn't yet in our view because it is over here instead. In fact, there it is. Amsterdam Schiphol. Liam, hello to you. How much money is the Antonov 225? It's around $20 US. I can tell you how much it was in pounds for me yesterday because my app tells me. Bear with me. £16.74. Yo, that's some mega sixth sense. It was the 1 million stroopwafel that got your attention, wasn't it? 11 minutes to top a descent. The proceeds, though, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, iniBuilds, but the proceeds, is it the profits or something, go to Antonov to help them rebuild an Antonov 225, the second fuselage that's been sitting for years and years. Some money from the sales is going to that, which is quite cool. Very cool. And yeah, eventually soon, Pyre Devco will release East Midlands. Amsterdam would be great. Fly Tampa's creating Amsterdam, Roy. Hopefully that'll be put in place soon. There we go. So yeah, I wanted to make sure I got it right, iniBuilds. I couldn't quite exactly remember. So said in the dev stream that the proceeds are going to Antonov Company directly for Maria 2, which is really cool. There's Amsterdam. James, welcome. We're making good progress now, folks. We're almost there. How mad. 3 hours, 17 minutes into stream. So we've been flying for just over 2 hours now. Yes, well pointed out, actually, Wojtek. Yeah, Maria means dream, for those that don't know. Can you see Babinga Rotterdam, Hergy says? It's over there somewhere, isn't it? So, Schiphol, I can't see Rotterdam, actually, in short, no. I can't. It's down there somewhere, anyway. It could be that, actually. There's like a little... Oh, thank you, Antonov. Decided we're turning right. Could you imagine how crazy that would be, Depod Dolphin? We were discussing that on Discord yesterday, actually, as well, in one of the channels, about how amazing it would be if we had your control set up with 6 of us connected, and each of us had a system to manage. So we had one on comms, one on electrical, one on fuel, first officer, captain, that sort of thing. That would be absolutely mega. I could comfortably do comms, Yoep. Or I could do the button that opens and closes the nose. Hey Shadowbox, no worries buddy, have a good one. Amsterdam Approach is online down below us. As is Brussels Approach, as is Essex Approach for Stansted. When we get to Vegas, or Otbed actually, probably Otbed, we're just going to fly kind of westerly towards Sheffield instead, and we'll vector ourselves into the approach. We'll aim for a straight in approach. Wojtek says, I'm amazed you've decided to fly it on VATSIM so quickly. So we were originally going to do this on the Microsoft Flight Simulator multiplayer servers instead. And then I made the mistake of putting it to a poll in the members lounge, and I think it was about 70% of the responses all put it, all voted for VATSIM, just to add to the complexity and the stress of it as well. Hergy would be chief coffee maker, but he would also we'd need somebody to heat up the stroopwafel as well, Yoep. And if he burnt it, we'd have to throw him out the side door. No, it wasn't a well thought out poll at all, Wojtek. It backfired pretty much within 5 minutes. And then I realised I made a horrendous mistake. And but once we committed to it, that's it. We had to stick with it and just roll the dice. So far, we've been alright. The departure was a little bit sloppy. 6 minutes, 40 seconds to top of descent. Michael, welcome. How you doing? The Aerosoft North Sea pack down below as well, populating the North Sea with a little bit of ship traffic, and the oil rigs as well down below too. Some wind farms, we might see some of them. MG King, excellent, keep it up. 19 hours, that's great. Still nervous when flying. I get nervous. I got nervous today flying on VATSIM, to be honest, especially when I got the contact me request from the controller out of Kyiv. Yope saying I'm expecting an Osprey World Cargo Stroopwafel livery for the Antonov. Tapsy is trying to work on painting one. He's just not sure how it's going to work with painting it. But we are going to have a specialist transporter Antonov Osprey Airways livery, I think, if it's possible. Look at that. Just mighty. Michael says, great, beautiful birds. You picked up a couple of helicopters in my neck of the woods. That is cool. I never got the chance to see it. It's not modelled in FSLTL, sadly. We need either AIG or FSLTL or Just Flight's AI package to kind of model this in. I was digging around the files earlier to try and find the aircraft config to sort of hand code a line into the VMR, so we had some model matching, but unfortunately, because of the encryption behind the marketplace, we can't do that. Right, we need to quickly convert feet into meters, so 609. And the QNH, what was QNH, what was QNH? 1033. Which is 774. I'm making good use of my notepad today. Speed conversion, knots. What do we have here? What did I write down? Oh, I didn't write it down. Where's my approach speeds? .150 knots. So 150 knots. It's 277 kilometers per hour. That's our approach speed. Lovely. I might round that to 280 and have a little bit of an extra margin to play with. Who knows? Three minutes to go. I'm just going to begin to set up the altitude selection now. So we're going to go back to 100s mode. That's going to allow us to now wheel this down to 609. And then we go back to here, click the 1. If we want to be precise with it, let's try and land with style. Let's go for 609. Let's do it in the 1s. Badger, no worries. Cargo's cargo, as long as the gin's intact. Weather's improved as well, Badger says, for Doncaster Sheffield. That's good to know. We're going to have our work cut out, that's for sure. Speed brakes will be armed a little later. What have we got? 2 minutes. 1013. Cool transition at about 7,000. $281. Hello Jordan, hello to you as well. Yeah, whoppers, aren't they? Put the fans on for a little bit more. I'm going to prep sky dolly. Cloudy with occasional showers near the airport, Brian says. Thank you. We've got wind 030 at 6 knots apparently as well. So we've got a nice little headwind. Cloud ceiling 3,200 feet apparently. 1033 hectopascals with sunset expected at 1740, which is 2 hours away. Right, so now we've got to go down, in which case we need to go auto thrust off. Oh, hold on, we need to go to vertical profile, then pitch mode. And I'm going to hand manage the throttle for the descent, I think. Is that good advice, iniBuilds? I'm learning as we go. I'm watching the speed there. I'm going to set the marker now as well, just ahead of ourselves, back to 250, which is 463 kilometers an hour. I'll set 460 actually as a bit of a rounder, and that will give me a bit of a margin to play with too. I'm just keeping an eye on this pitch. Keeping an eye on the profile. One more click. Right, we're into descent now. We need to, yeah, we need to. I haven't purchased the Caribou yet, Yoep. Actually, I keep hearing really good things about it though. Right, where are those descent checks? There aren't any there. I wonder if there's any in this checklist selection. So, well, it's going to be approach. So check approach configuration, autopilot mode as required. Flaps, max speed monitor. When 5 miles from ILS, there's some actual checks to complete as well. So flaps as required. Lower gear latch open, gear down, gear lever back to neutral at that point as well. Then lower gear latch closed. Reverse thrust lock handle up. Use large wing lights on, landing lights on. Flaps as required, approach speed as required, autopilot approach mode as required as well. My goodness. Landing checks, that's nice and easy. Reverse, brakes, prey, spoilers. Engine idle switches back to high, there we go. Keep an eye on that vertical speed. $28,000 feet. Game Multiverse, hello, it's part of Valanta. Where's your VNAV profile? That's your aircon there. A wobbly fan, James. That's all you need. See some shit. Oh, look at that. Who's that flying over? That is Pilot Rub. He's off to EGNT, KLM 965 out of Amsterdam in a PMDG 737-800. Behind him there is another aircraft, 737-700. Again, another pilot Microsoft Flight Simulator flying to Dublin, who we can't see because the aeroplane's so big. Bring that thrust down a little bit more. I think we. I'm fairly confident I can get this towards the runway. I am doing it on VATSIM, Christopher. Artikea, hello. The call sign is Antonov Bureau 3 or Tree 7 Tree Foxtrot. That's the VNAV profile with advice from iniBuilds. Target altitude is the 2,000 feet, so I want to be 500 below the glide slope, basically, just to give me a little bit more of a margin for error and to get that speed washed off. 2 nautical miles before Charlie Foxtrot 02 Zulu, which is the final approach fix, basically. It's suggesting, where's my vertical speed? Yeah, it's suggesting that we're on profile. Yeah, it's nice and general, Mike. Towards the runway. That's as close as we're going to get to confidently landing. Blown up, good afternoon. It may as well be flown by Otto, Michael, to be honest, today. Gamers Model, thank you very much. I will try. Smile, cheers, buddy. It's a pointing out in Reykjavik. I don't know, Wojtek. Maybe next to the Vulcan. Somewhere with a big apron. Steve, unfortunately nothing. Yeah. These are all in-op buttons. Screen doesn't do anything. Bring that speed down, throttle back a bit more. We're now descending pretty much at idle. Hello, Steve. That was delayed.
Anybody who can fly this bird deserves a pint.
Well, thank you. Very generous of you, buddy. Really appreciate that. So the one on the right, I think, Steve, is iniBuilds will correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's EGT type stuff because you've got green, amber, and red. So I assume that might be exhaust gas temperature or turbine temperature type things. And then this one here, engine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the throttle setting. Brian, I've just literally left the throttles as I would for all my other aeroplanes, basically. But throttles axis 1 and 4 control all of the engines. For those of you with multiple throttle axes, Oh, there you go. Left is requested power, right is N1. There you go. I hope I've got this right. 1,400 foot per minute. Which means we can ease off the profile actually a little bit. I'm going to do 2 clicks back. Bring it to 1,500 feet per minute. We are literally descending on idle now. No more contrails behind us. Just visual approach if all else fails for it. Strap in, fasten the seatbelts. I mean, the good news is you're so high up, if we basically land short and crash, all of the cargo should, in theory, take the hit. Weird little sim stutter there. Look at the clouds and the reflection of the structure of the aeroplane as well. Steve, yeah, you know what? We were originally going to go with the 3 helicopters, but I wanted heavier cargo. Look at that wind farm below. Awesome. 1 more to 200 likes. Love it. It's great to see so many of you enjoying today's live stream. It's a bit different to what we usually do. We usually go for those sort of more serious airliner type operations and try and basically fly as accurately and as carefully as possible, but have a great load of fun at the same time. And this is a right old punt into the VATSIM network on in this aeroplane, that's for sure. Speed slowly washing away, that's good. 13,000 feet almost. And in fact, Otbed is next. Michael, thanks buddy. You guys are being really generous today, really appreciate it. Very, very kind.
Agreed.
774 mm. So I'm actually going to tune this one now. 774. There we go. So that's the actual QNH set, but in mercury, millimeters of mercury. Oslamp, hello to you. We are Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot. Get that speed to bleed off now. So I've gone slightly below profile here, just so we can actually level off before we reach 10,000 feet. And then with that, that speed's almost at 250 knots now. So in kilometers per hour, where that white arrow dot is 250 knots. If I bring that back a little bit more, we could go 450 kilometers an hour. Gives us a little bit more margin. Let's pop lights. MPS gaming, that's to arm the reversers. It's massive, isn't it, James? We've got the super sort of suffix added into this as well. And to be fair, where are we now? Otbed. So I'm going to make a call now. Doncaster traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot. Super is inbound at Otbed, flight level 100, descending 2,000 feet. QNH 1033 inbound for the ILS 02 with self vectors to final and the for Doncaster traffic. Threw me there as it's starting to turn. We're going to go on to force mode, EC, back to the map. God, not flaps yet. Where's me charts? So flaps 2, 250 knots. So actually I do want flaps 2. Ah, super or heavy? That's a good question, Wojtek, actually. I don't know. I always assumed... it was the other one. I assumed it was super. Perhaps you're right. Let's come down to 400. Actually, 398. Yeah, we'll go for 400. We want to go left now a little bit, so we can go flaps 15. Wojtek says, quote, before its destruction, the single Antonov AN-225 with maximum takeoff weight of 640 tons was classified by the FAA as super, although it's classified by ICAO as heavy. So it sounds like really we should be using heavy instead of super. Auto thrust is off actually, so it's my throttle. Switch on Lukey. We go to 375. Where are we now? 012 on 1033. QNH. Retransition. That's set to meters 774. That's checked. Speed still coming off slowly with speed brakes extended. Yes, burning the smoke. Into a little bit of pea soup for our arrival as well. $5,000 feet. 370 knots. So I think now, my goodness, I actually think we are going to be really busy here, folks. That's set. It's actually really difficult to just self-vector. There's a lot to do. Now we're in IMC, so we are flying blind. Right, so we need to go to knock mode. Routing towards Gamston at the moment. There's Gamston's VOR actually, so I'm kind of heading south of it and then going to be heading round. Speed. So it's my throttle still. Let's get rid of the spoilers. Arm them. We are low here. Buzzing your house, Brian. Giving you a little fly past. Gonna pop the little latch open. I missed here. Right, let's get rid of the music so we can focus, focus, focus. Jan, welcome. This is very exciting, but I am almost crapping myself, Tim. 2,000 feet coming up. Let's do this, guys. Let's see what happens. Turn west. Callum, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do, isn't there? It is really busy. How's that for a bit of lighting? And some smoke. Range. So I'm trying to come in. So we're at 2,000 feet now, leveled off quite nicely. 40% N1 roughly. And I'm trying to bring us in so we kind of route round into this sweeping arrival. We have a nice long final approach. Which actually... we'll hand fly this little bit. Because the glide slope and stuff is now active. Pull up a little bit, so don't want to sink through 2,000. Or climb through 2,000. Or climbing's better than sinking, I guess. Alright, forgive me if I stop talking. I think that's ready. Chase, yes. So oh, hold on a second, what have I done? There we go. So I just want PC on now. Jocks, I've made one a little earlier. Oh my god, power. Expecting to see that OBS move now. Doncaster traffic. Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super is inbound 15 miles south of the field for the ILS 02 turning final. Yellow dot, yellow dot, yellow dot. Well, I can't believe I almost stalled it. Gear down, flap 15. Yes, PFD to Cap Nav. That one, Cap Land. There we go. Oh my god, here we go. We're doing it. Sky Dolly, record. Versa-bar, which I can't get to. My god.
Go for it.
Thanks. Yeah, I did stuff up the angle a little bit. 12 miles. Doncaster traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot, Super is 11 mile. Final ILS, runway 02, Doncaster. So, final approach speed 277 knots. Set. Missed approach, no idea. BL. For the glide, almost. Glide slope's alive. Almost missed that. Oh. So gear down and locked. We need to put that back into neutral, don't we? Rev spar select up. Wing lights are all on. Flaps are all set. Once flaps 35, slow to approach speed. Runway's ahead. I can see it at the distance. APU heaters. On. Of all the things you've got to do it at the back. On the glides. This is great fun, my goodness. Yeah, 122 decimal 8 Hergy. Oh yeah, the Morse code identifier. That'd be that one. Is that actually that loud? I could barely hear it. My throttle still, so I'm controlling the thrust. Oh, here's a question for you, iniBuilds. For reverse, how does it work? Is it toggle reverse thrust? Or is it decrease throttle? Or will both work? Oh, look at the size of that. My first ever landing in the Antonov 225. Absolute beast. Right, pop your estimates, folks, for landing ratings in the live chat. Let's get that control visualizer up as well. And we do it with the airliners. You can see the control visualizer. Let's... Got the throttle. Let's hand fly it. Autopilot off. Eye controls. 4 miles. Doncaster traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot Super is 4 mile final, 02.
Roger that.
This is where like you'd neck a little bit of vodka to steel your nerves. Rab's watching from the threshold. Speed's creeping up a little bit there, so throttle to just try and increase the rate of descent, and I'm just going to hold the pitch to let the speed bleed off. And we should settle back into those pappies a bit, get that glide slope back. I have no idea what to expect for this. But we are hand flying this last bit of the approach. Don't even know what to expect for rotating, to be honest. Try and capture that as we... Russian announcements. Chuffing size of this. Don't even know how high we are. Oh, 488. My God. I did try. Brakes and reverse. Oh, we've got to vacate here at Charlie, I think. To be fair, yeah, 488 is not too bad. There's that little sink at the end, wasn't there? What's it, Mike? That's not bad though. Touchdown zone. Little bit of a float, but in the zone, that's the main thing. I'll take that. Oscil lamp. So the toolbars, good question. It's part of Parallel Flow 4.2 Pro. Parallel 4.2 Flow Pro. Hold on. That's better. Yeah, Parallel 4.2 Flow Pro. You can download widgets on flightsim.to for the landing rate and things like that. Really useful. Where should we park? Doncaster traffic, Antonov Bureau 373 Foxtrot has vacated the runway. Spoilers are up. Got to work out where to put the girl. That big old apron there, I reckon we could take over that. Because we won't go there on the passenger side. We've got to fill up the taxiway. Okay, where are them checks? So After landing, we've done reverse green, manual brakes, ground spoilers deployed automatically as well. We didn't stow max reverse though. There's so much going on, I missed that step. And set engine switches to high. Window heat off. DME bus. What is it? That one. Oh, we've got to start the APUs as well as we're taxiing, so we'll see if we can do this at the same time. Double whammy. That would be cool. If we could get an Antonov 225 model in either FSLTL or AIG, it'd be mega. Got the TCAS off as well. That's a point. Where's the master switch? The APUs aren't starting. Let's go back to the interactive checklist, which is up here. I'm going to hold it on the brakes for a moment. Done those. APU 1 and 2 start. Here we go. So, fuel heat switch off. Fire loop switch on. Master switch. Oh, there it is. Probably start both at the same time. Be there. Well, one at a time. There we go. Me being overzealous. Yeah, don't forget, so you've got lots of wheels steering, look. So you've got the two at the front steering, you've got the ones at the back actually steer as well, like somebody said, like a fire engine, they kind of steer. Let's see if we can go all the way to the back here. See these ones here that are steering as well, so it actually steers incredibly well on the ground. Yeah, GA stands. Basically, we've taken over the entirety of the GA stands because we can. There's a Vulcan over there somewhere. There's the the A380 next to it. My goodness. Hello, Paul. Park brake set. So we've got some bits to manage, really. Control visualizer. This is where, again, the interactive checklist is really helpful in kind of learning all the flows. So we've got the after landing checks here. Fuel heat switch. We've done all of those. Oh yeah, the APU generators, where has it gone? APU gen switches. There they are. Oh, they're already on anyway still. Lovely job. Park brake set, all lights off, instrument nav master switches all off as well. So lights up here, off, logo lights. Beacon can stay on for now actually. Master switches up here in the electrical panels. So many buttons to click. Next. Engine generator selector switch select off. APU's working anyway. Mixture ratio switches off. Oh, look at that, we can just press the guards. Engines are shutting down themselves. About to park sideways because of the size. What lights have we got on? That's better. Lots of failures on the annunciator display. And then we can turn all these buses off as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start the first officer. It's easier because it's over there. Display bus. Up here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Window heat off. It is off now. Pop the fans off. Beacon light is now off as well. Electric panel rectifiers, transformer rectifiers. I know where they are now. I remember them from before. They are here. Transformer rectifiers. Rectifier toggles. Look at this, one flight. We're learning little bits here and there. Battery 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 off. Which is these 2, 3, 4, 5. We have shut her down. Now, let's get the door open. Chocks. Oh my goodness. I've hidden them. That's very distracting. Yeah, we want to watch this. There's Hergy. Sorry, I missed him land in the A310. The fantastic iniBuilds freeware from the 40th anniversary edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator and our wonderful Osprey Virtual Airways livery. Look at this. That's it. That's a special VTOL Wiz A320. We're going to watch the, in fact we go sideways, we can watch the aircraft kind of lean itself, can't we, from here? That'll look quite cool. Andrew, we've got the APU fired up still. Although, yeah, the batteries are off. So this has got it set to real time. Open it over the top. Maybe it's worth us actually putting the batteries on, because we're not going cold and dark, are we? We're going to that. We can pop external power on, like so. That makes more sense. Also, Lamp, you're more than welcome. Now, interestingly, landing rate monitor, I had that fired up as well. That has said our landing rate was firm at 338 feet per minute. And you know what we need to do? We need to check Sky Dolly for that replay as well. And with that in mind, that's going to be interesting. We might have to... Options, fast. So actually, let's go back to here. Let's close it all. Much quicker. Oh yeah, Andrew, yeah. It's so wild and wacky, isn't it, at the best of times, a lot of these figures and readings. Right, so those of you who are flying along, parking up, etc., I'm just going to go on to observer mode so I don't affect anybody that might be flying it around Doncaster. Cool. Disconnect. Reconnect. Connect as observer. Yeah, I don't. There's no wing view, is there? So let's go to camera, follow aircraft. You guys there on the ground, if you hold position there, I will be parked back in a moment for another screenshot. But for now, I want to grab this. JJ, yeah, so that's where the proceeds of the purchase of these Antonov AN-225s in Microsoft Flight Simulator are going. They're going to Antonov to help build the new one at some point in the future, which is really cool. Right. Zoom. Play. I've got no idea what state the aeroplane's in. Fairness. Let's have a look at lights. Pop all them on as well. So this is our arrival. My God, look at the size of it. This huge beast coming in the distance. Bearing in mind I was hand flying this, I don't think it looks too bad so far. It looks quite stable. And we're going to see the touchdown as well, because it happened that second set of those two little squares there. It's kind of our touchdown zone today. Oh, look at that. I'll take some other screenshots as well for like these replay modes, and I'll put them onto Discord. Oh, look at the size of it. Oh, you know what? That looked pretty firm. That looked quite good. Landing rate now of 507. That's completely different, but look at that. Absolute beast. That touchdown looked alright. Maybe I could have raised the nose a little bit more. Look at the size of it. I reckon if we follow aircraft, we set this up again for the approach. I'll take it for my first ever landing in it anyway, that's for sure. It's better than I expected. Let's replay. It's like the NASA chase cam now, isn't it? When you've got the film that's going on, they're recording the aeroplane on final. So we're hand flying this auto thrust off, autopilot off at this point. The app, Ian. Flow Pro by Parallel 42. How's this angle? Seem alright? Seems pretty good, doesn't it? As a way to kind of suss out our flare and rotate and things. I was finding it quite difficult on final approach to kind of judge how high we were. That was probably one of the biggest challenges for me. It's like landing a 747 but higher up, without trying to work out where all of those wheels at the back are going to touch the runway. The replay that we're doing, that's Sky Dolly, but the camera that we're using, the drone camera controls, that's Flow Pro. Well, yeah, we had some Russian callouts. Threshold. So I idled the throttle at that point. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. And yeah, I let that nose drop ever so slightly, didn't I? So it was kind of a simultaneous touchdown of all wheels. I think there is wing flex, JJ. Just skip back again. Skirt. You can see the wings bouncing at the end, look. Look at that for a wing flex. Oh my god. Getting a different touchdown rate every time. Those big beastly engines. There we are, folks. The Antonov AN-225, a Microsoft Flight Simulator created by iniBuilds, available on the Microsoft Flight Simulator in-sim store. Thank you very much for all of you tuning in. I hope you guys have enjoyed it and had a great couple of hours. We've been live for 4.5 hours now, flying the beast on the VATSIM network for the first time. My recommendation would be to not fly on the network though with the aeroplane, not least until you've kind of learnt it better than I have. We were lucky today. We had no ATC really, so we were very, very lucky indeed. Otherwise, I'd have been sweating a little bit. Oh my goodness, what a good bit of fun that is. Hope you guys enjoy it. If you have got it, let us know where you're flying around the world in the sim. Join us tomorrow. We're going to be live again in New Zealand for that world update. Flying out of Auckland to begin with in the Fenix A320 CEO, the Airbus A320, the Air New Zealand livery, and we're going to be flying from Auckland to Rotorua, down to Wellington, and then finally Christchurch by NZA Simulations. On the final arrival there at Christchurch, we'll be giving away one more copy of that fantastic flight sim scenery to one lucky subscriber. So keep your eye on the channel tomorrow, 1300 UTC, 1 PM UK time, and make sure you enter the giveaway to be in with your chance to win that copy. Thank you to everybody who has hit the like button today. It's the Phoenix A320 tomorrow, JJ. Thank you to iniBuilds as well for creating a really fantastic aeroplane for the sim. Very complex aeroplane as well. And thank you for tuning in as well, iniBuilds. Really appreciate you guys being in the live chat today. It's really kind of you to spend the time with us. Michael, Dwyle, Richard, thank you very much, guys, for your super chats and your tips. Really appreciate that. Welcome to our new members as well. Sahin, Chewy as well. We even had the big celeb himself in the live chat today, and joining us as a silver frequent flyer. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you to those who flew along. Hit like before you head off and subscribe if you're new to the channel too. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, 1300 UTC, like most streams that we have on the channel, for some New Zealand ops. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Thanks for watching.